Live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Team is out. The team news is out, and Rassie Erasmus has already made some massive calls in his first Springbok team for the season ahead. Lots of debuts this weekend, four in fact, that could be coming up with a new captain that we haven't seen in a while. He has captained the box before in PSDF du Toit, but a very interesting team with a couple of very big calls, and very keen to see exactly how things go and what this sort of means for some of the players in the squad with regards to sort of the order of preference, for example, and what the coaching staff might be seeing in sort of these players, which is obviously very different to what we think. And there's a couple of questions I think which will genuinely be very debatable, and people will be very 50-50 on those selections. So I'm going to put a poll in the comments, and I want to ask, are you happy with the team? Very simple yes no question, people. Go and get involved, go and vote, and let me know if you're happy with the team. Please do jump in the comments, let me know what you think. We're going to go through the comments and talk about some of the names, stuff like that. Go through some of the stats, for example, as well as Vincent Koch, by the way, who'll be bringing up his 50th test cap on Saturday, which is a very big moment for him. Two Lions players in the starting lineup. Tears from my eyes. Tears in my eyes right now in seeing some Lions players back in the Springboks. It's so nice to have Springboks, even though one of them is technically no longer a Lions player, I suppose. But one of them is. So good news there. Really good news there. But let's look at it, shall we? So in the front row, we've got Malcolm Marx back starting. Oxen Chair, Vincent Koch on either side of him. BITDEFENDER, Franco Masters. What a tight five that is. If you look at the caps, for example, across them, it is 27 caps with Oxen Chair, 64 Malcolm Marx. Now it'll be 50 with Vincent Koch on Saturday. 120 from BITDEFENDER. 73, by the way, Franco Masters. I mean, how's that? Somebody who I think is such an underrated player. 73 caps to his name. So experience on experience on experience. Looking about, 400 plus caps, really, I think, between that tight five. You then got Quacker Smith, PSDF du Toit, Evan Roos getting an opportunity. Massive opportunity this for Evan Roos. Nice player, good player. Had a better season, I think. But I think at the moment that Shimon number 8 is so there to be to the taking. Jasper Visa for Ireland. So Evan Roos, for example, potentially Cameron Hanekom coming in a bit later. Pepsi Buthelezi. Lots of options for that number 8 jersey. And this is a massive opportunity for Evan Roos to stake his claim. 5 to Clerk. We'll partner Jordan Hendrickson. That's probably the surprise selection, isn't it? I think a lot of people expecting Martin Liebach and maybe Simasuku off the bench. Neither of them involved. Jordan Hendrickson starting with Sasha Fainberg-Zulu included on the bench. Marcus Pimpy starting as expected. Andre Estes getting an opportunity thanks to Jesse Creel. And then the uncapped Edwin van der Merwe also starting in the number 14 jersey. Upland Fassi in the number 15 jersey. So as I mentioned, two Lions players. I mean, Hendrickson is leaving to the Sharks at the end of the year, but so very chuffed from that. In terms of the other two uncapped players, it's off the bench. There's not as much experience off the bench. You've got Bongi Manambi with 68 caps, and you've got a Damien Delendi with 78 caps. But apart from that, you've got nobody else over there. Sorry, and Frans Maher with 69 caps. Those three, take away those three though, and I think there's about 10 caps between the other players. So it's Bongi Manambi, Instuka Nkunu, and Frans Maher. Instuka Nkunu making just his second appearance in a Bok jersey. Sam Murat will be making his fourth appearance. He is captain. It was touted as a future Springbok captain with Sam Murat. So massive opportunity for him to really start showing why he's got all that sort of hype. And injuries have not played a great part in his career so far. He's been really struggling with injuries, but is fit and been playing a bit more regularly. Then Ben Jason Dixon, who I seriously rate. I think he's very much the PSDF du Toit mold. Hard grafter, physical player, loves defense. Very good. Then you've got Garth Williams, and then the ever talented Sasha Fainberg-Zulu, who has been long touted as a Springbok, I wouldn't say prodigy, but I suppose some people actually been throwing that word around. So, yeah, in terms of some other stats, it's the second time PSDF du Toit will lead the box. It's actually last time he led the box was actually against Wales themselves back in Washington in 2018 when the Springboks lost. 4 of the last 6 matches between the Springboks and Wales have been decided by 5 points or less. The Springboks have won 5 of their last 10 matches against Wales. The last of which was that Bournemouth game in Cardiff last year. Vince Scott making his 50th appearance. There is 637 caps in the starting lineup, 183 in the back line, 454 among the forwards, of which Evan Etzebeth makes up a large portion of that. On the bench, there are 227 caps. The average players caps per play in the back line is 26. The forwards 56. Off the bench, the average caps is 28. But really, only about 3 people, really 2 people, actually 3 people in Bongi, France, and Damien De Lendi. Before I sort of go through the comments, let's talk about some of the quotes from Rassie Erasmus, and this is what he had to say about it. It's saying, this is an exciting playing squad and traveling group, and we are looking forward to seeing how the uncapped players step up at top international level and how we execute what we've been working on at training in the last few days and the alignment camps. The likes of Edward, Jordan, Ben, Jason, and Sasha have really impressed us at training and believe they have what it takes to make their presence felt against a quality team such as Wales. They will be surrounded by several experienced campaigners, some of whom are World Cup winners, so they will have enough guidance on the field to fulfill their roles, even with the pressure on. It is equally exciting for us to see players such as Apelele, Evan, Intuku, and Selman back in the green and gold after earning their stripes in the last few seasons. 30 players, by the way, will travel to London on Wednesday night. Those not involved in the matchday squad are Mani Libok, Archie Snyman, Neertling Verschier, so by the way, he's coming to it, Neertling Verschier, Pepsi Buthelezi, Ethan Hooker, Kieran Horn, and Andre Hugo Fenter. So no Simasuku, by the way, traveling with the squad. Very interestingly. So, and I think that shows you, it's, and it might frustrate fans. This coaching staff does not just see somebody playing well and put them straight into a Bok team. It's a very much a step-by-step process. None of these players, for example, in this side are overnight wonders. They've all had to be playing steadily over the last few seasons. They've been getting sort of lots of information on them, and then now they've been getting an opportunity. I mean, Jordan Hendricks, ironically, is coming off probably one of his worst seasons, but has had 2 or 3 seasons before that where he's been really, really good, and now he's getting an opportunity. Edel van der Merwe has been on the radar for years, been scoring tries for fun for years, now he gets his opportunity. Sash Fayman Zulu, younger player, but very much been on the radar for a couple of years. SAA squad 2 years ago, now gets his opportunity. Ben Jason Dixon, probably the one who's come up the fastest out of all those players, but even he's had a very strong and long season. Has played last season as well. Has been around the block a little bit. He's 26 years old. So his rise, his rise to the Stormers has been quite quick, but he's a player that's been around. So this is why I think where Simasuku sort of doesn't get picked is the lack of how new he is. If we talk about Simasuku playing for Cheers last season, for example, was playing club rugby a few years ago. It's an amazing rise for him, and he's still in the squad, but it takes time before the coaches really start to award these sort of players. Ben Jason Dixon, even as I mentioned, him playing a bit more a new player sort of thing, but he played 20 games this season, for example, 21 games last season, 6 games the season before, so he has been around, and so I think that's an interesting part of it. Let's go to some of the comments, shall we? I'm just going to go try and skim a few, and what have we got to say? As mentioned by Faisal, basically, you actually did hint that Peter Steph was going to be the captain last week, so that's not too surprising, and it's an interesting decision and I'm surprised. It's weird actually not to sort of go with Eben Esbe. It's amazing how this coaching staff do tend to shift the captaincy around. We've seen Bongi Manambi, for example, captain ahead of Eben Esbe. Even Hunter Parr has been an official vice captain, yet not been captain when Siaklisi hasn't played, for example. So maybe Peter Steph potentially can to be the full-time captain. By the way, that's going to be announced in the next few weeks. Rassie was confirmed that he will be naming a permanent sort of captain moving forward. I'm going to some of the comments. As Matthew said, no one saw Hendricks at 10 coming. Whereby saying, very surprising Hendricks over someone like Sasha and Marnie. Good to see that Scott Knowles is going to Twickenham himself. Well, we're going to have a man there. Dan Scholz will be there this weekend as well. Lars saying, it's an exciting team. I can't wait to see what Sasha can do. Christian saying, not the team I expected, but I like the team. Cornwell saying, the good doctor with a surprise as always, love it. So MC saying, Jordan at 10, been calling for this for a while, but since I've seen him at 12, I really like him there. Will Peter Steps be captain against Arnold, or will it still be Khaleesi? Benjamin, we'll find out. Hasn't been announced just yet. Marcel saying, it's good to give others also a chance, and I like our new captain. King Power saying, so is Libok out, or are they keeping him for the main test? I don't know. Would have thought they would start. Hendricks shouldn't play. He isn't even Lions' first choice. Yeah, let's say he shouldn't play. I think it's a bit harsh. maybe he has not been playing as much for the Lions, but he's got pedigree. He's been playing for a long time. I mean, if you look at somebody who he is still very young, he's 22 years old, turns 23 next season, but he's been playing since 2021, since he was a teenager at the Lions level, and he's played 12 matches in 22-23 season before last. 15 matches, scored over 100 points across the various competitions. Even the season where he hasn't been playing a lot, for example, he's played over 1,000 minutes. He's started 55% of them, but even then, and again, he scored 114 points this season. So that's not potentially he hasn't been playing rugby. He's just not necessarily been a starter. But again, we all know that starting and benches are no longer as with the starters and the bench, for example. That whole sort of vibe is changing a lot. Henry's saying happy with PSDF's toy at the helm. Expect to see Masuku at 10. But this time will come. His time will come. Basically, Jordan Henderson is a good pivot as well. Yeah, saying, I mean, Wales isn't the greatest team. We could field University team and beat them. No, we couldn't. And you can't just throw out tucks and beat Wales. They must know they're not playing the best rugby. They're not a bad side at all. Grant saying, interesting squad. This is clearly a squad with an eye to the future. Janae Clayton saying, a pretty good team based on our selection issues we are facing. Alexander Renner saying, Siamasuku will probably make that appearance against Ireland off the bench with Marnie starting. I disagree. I don't think we'll see Siamasuku against Ireland. I'll be very surprised if we do. But that'd be wouldn't be a massive risk, but it would be a big roll in the dice, to be honest. Dion Burton saying, I hope Sasha gets 30 minutes, the most exciting prospect together with Moody these last couple of years. So, yeah, I think in terms of what this, I mean, somebody mentioning an eye to the future, I think that's a very good point. I think the likes of 2 new fly halves, that's a position which was such a problem last year when Andre Pollard was injured. Alston Yankees dropping out of the squad. And Moyne Leibach, for example, wasn't even a Springbok if you go this time 2 years ago. So we had somebody going into the World Cup who'd only become a Springbok the year before. And I think we're very cognizant of the fact that we did have those issues. And I think we're very, wary of the fact that last year we probably were very lucky, to be honest. This squad screamed of the entire squad, and even the selection has screamed of a squad and that has basically addressed all the major issues of last year. Fly half, hooker. Those are the two issues we had massive, with injuries, and we were scrambling around making a plan. You look at the squad, for example, there were 4 hookers in it. Andrew BITDEFENDER, Joseph Dweber also in the squad. You look at flower halves, and last year we went to the World Cup with 1 out-and-out flower half. We've now got 4 flower halves in the squad. 5, really, if you count Sasha Femi Gomazulu. So it's amazing how you can see where they've decided, okay, these are sort of our problem positions. How do we then solve this? Even, for example, a Ben Jason Dixon, coming in, Percy Buthelezi. We've got a Dwayne who's moved on. How do we sort of build that depth and in the loose forwards? Andre Esther getting a chance in inside centre. He's a player who's still got many years to play for the Springboks. He's younger than Damien Delendi. He's 30 years old. Is Andre Esther very much could be in the framework for the next World Cup. So this is an opportunity for him to try and take that jersey back. Apre Fassi, been playing very well for Lilleru. Coming up to the twilight of his career, who's going to be the next 15? No Damien Williams for this year, so we very much have to look at that depth. So I think it's an experimental team of inverted commas, but at the same time, there's so many constants and so many reliable players in there that it's pretty safe. You've got Jordan Henderson making his debut next to a Faf de Klerk, Andre Esterhuizen is inside him. Jesse Creel. He's got a lot of level-headedness around him. You've got Evan Lewis coming into the side players. I think it's 3rd game or whatever it is, but he's got PSGF Toy Quacker Smith over there. Edward van der Merwe is in the back 3 with Maximo Pimpin Fassi. That's not ideal because Fassi's not particularly experienced at this level. Van der Merwe obviously making his debut, but you've got the very experienced midfielders in Jesse Creel, Andre Esterhuizen. Creel's got over 50 catch for the box, for example. So genuinely, I think it's been a nice combination of experience and new faces. Damien Delendi could be coming on with Sasha Femi Gomazulu. 60, 70, almost 70 catch for the box player. Next somebody making his debut. So they kind of got that part right. The pack's very safe. That tight 5. I mean, even the entire pack, actually, to be honest, I don't think it gets much stronger. I think all of those players, maybe Evan Lewis, but the only question mark, but all of those players get into our best 23. You'd probably throw back in the Jasper Visa, for example. In terms of the props, for example, you'd be looking at Stephen Kitts currently injured, so is then into Katunu the best option? Are they going to look at somebody else like Gerard Steenekamp, for example? Chevin Yukani, when he comes back, will be playing at loosehead maybe. So genuinely, the tight five and even the bench front row, for example, are very much players who will be in our best tour 23. Simon Murat probably not, Ben Dix probably not yet, but it is a very good combination of world-class players, lots of World Cup winners in there, as well as young players who can get an opportunity to show what they can do. So what else we got to say over here? Keith saying would rather see Marnie there personally, otherwise pretty interesting and looking forward to the game. GD saying this is a great attacking rugby team considering rule changes coming and new block coaches. As we'd say, a lot of people, the big obviously thing is Hendrickson. Now Bruno's are making a very big point saying, I wonder if Tony Brown had a big say in Hendrickson starting. That's also an interesting thing. We don't know what's going on in camp. Has Jordan Hendrickson arrived at the Bok camp, run out for his first training session, and the likes of Tony Brown, has he gone, shit, this kid can play? Like, this is the one. This is the kid that could be like, this could be the future Pollard. This is the Pollard replacement. Are they running around with a Sia Masuku and a Hendrickson, and they're turning around and saying, listen, I've loved what I've seen with Sia Masuku, but look at this kid doing what he's doing. And that's an interesting thing. What we see in training, for example, what's the game plan? And who suits that game plan? What how do we want to try and play, and which players are the best options for it? I'm very surprised at the no Marnie Bok at all, to be honest, because you kind of expected him to be involved against Ireland in some capacity, and to not play him now is a bit of a weird one for me. I think that's for me is a bit more surprising than Sia Masuku. Yesterday when I did my predicted team, I can't even remember if I put Sia Masuku in it, and if I did, I think I definitely put him on the bench. I had Marnie Bok starting. So yeah, it's a lot of interesting selections, and obviously we currently got the press conference coming up at the moment. We are currently there, so we will have the update coming very, very shortly, and hopefully we will get more clarity from Rusty Rasmus about thinking about the selections there. Other players, by the way, Edel van der Merwe, Evan Roos currently facing the media, so we'll have that. We'll have those updates up for you in the next hopefully about an hour. So you can go and listen to Rusty Rasmus himself. So you can ask me all the questions, but he'll hopefully give us all those answers very soon. Martin says we can't use the cliche of it's a team for the future to justify Hendrickson, Sasha, Siamani are also still young. Yeah, but Lord Hendrickson is currently 22 years old. Sia Masuku is 27 years old, turning 28. So he is 5 years older than Jordan Hendrickson. Sasha Famengomazulu is a year younger than Jordan Hendrickson. So 100%, to sit there and say Sia Masuku isn't the one for the future, is wrong. But you are talking about two very, very young fly halves. And I think, again, Sia Masuku his time will come. He's only been playing URC Champions Cup rugby, or the Challenge Cup rugby for the Sharks 6 months. A year ago, he was playing for the Cheetahs in a couple of Challenge Cup matches here and there. That was it, really. So I think we also need to be very aware of how new Sia Masuku is to this level, and let him. The fact he's in the Springbok squad, that's the main thing. He's not going to spend the next few weeks with the training with the Springboks. Maybe it might be released when it comes to the Ireland series. Probably will be if I'm being perfectly honest. But just those 2 weeks now, he will have been given a roadmap. He would have been told, listen, you're going into off season. This is what you're going to work on. This is what you're going to work on. If you want to be a Springbok, this is what you need to be good at. This is how you get there. And then he's going to go home and he's going to have to do it. Gareth Bergson, to sit there to ask if as Fussy had enough opportunities, he will be playing his fourth game for the Springboks. Not exactly played a lot of rugby. So, yeah, I think, and he has scored 2 tries in those 3 caps. I think one of them was even against Georgia. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think he's had an opportunity with 3 caps. I don't think you can sit there and say after 3 caps he's had a chance. I think you need to be playing sort of 6 or 7, maybe even 8 games before you can really say, okay, they've actually had their chance, stuff like that. Grant Williams played 8 caps for the Box, still incredibly new, but you can see that he's very much part of the squad. He's at that level, for example. So what else? What are the other comments? Jason saying, I think Varsity under a coach like Tony Brown will cook. Very interesting yard to see exactly what's going to happen. One game in the team has been announced. That is the team you are seeing on the screen. And we've also got a video out on the channel about it. And yeah, apparently the tickets are quite expensive for the upcoming games. But I will not be going to them. But we will be there. So don't you stress. If you guys can't go to the games, you can watch it right here. Well, not the physical games. You can watch me right here doing the commentary. We'll have all the press conference stuff like that, and obviously all the latest coverage. So we've got you covered. Don't you stress. Yeah, I know Gareth. Look, he has been around the squad for a while, and then I'm getting a relaxed reminder at the moment. Apparently, I'm very stressed. You can tell it's Springbok week when you start getting relaxed reminders on your watch. You know, it's like it's all happening out here. And that's going to be going a lot during the Ireland series. It's basically going to be permanently on. I'm going to be sitting there getting like dung 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 dung. But that's the way I love it, isn't it? That World Cup definitely aged me. I'm basically feel like I'm in my mid-40s after that. Mikhail's saying, will Henderson handle the pressure of starting on his Bok debut at international level against a good Welsh side? I doubt. Well, come with the hour, come with the man. You know, I think and it's funny how some players who you might something you might expect, for example, to do really well. So it can sometimes take a while to get used to international rugby. Damien Willemse, I thought, was someone who took a while to really settle in. And now is one of the best players in the world. And sometimes you get players who maybe you don't expect to have as big an impact, and they get to that level and they just thrive. Currie Lawrence. I mean, he was almost a surprise selection for me when he was initially called into that first Springbok squad. And now you think about a Springbok side without Currie Lawrence, and you're like, well, I'd never do that. He's just so good. He's like phenomenal. He's world class. So it's interesting. And I think that, Jordan Hendrickson, for me, is a Springbok written all over him. Yes, he hasn't had his best season this past season, but from when he came through at youth levels, for example, and what I saw in the first couple of seasons of the Lions, he is a Springbok. I think he is international level. I genuinely do. So I think he's going to cope, and I think that this could be a big moment for him in his career. I think if he goes and has a storming game on Saturday and goes and says, yeah, no, and also now, for example, he's got to try and vie for a position next to Timasuka next season. So he's got a lot to prove in the next few months about who's going to get backed when he does make the move to the Sharks in December. So I like the fact that he's got the opportunity to try and take a claim. Damon Delendy is not injured. He's coming off the bench. I think that's just to give Andre Esterhuizen some time. Maybe could even be looking at different options for that Ireland series. Where do we go with it? Radan saying, I'm excited to see Jordan at 10. We do have some depth at 10. Great exposure. We trust Dr. Rassi. And runners are saying, once Khaleesi is back, I wonder if Kwaka will become a regular starter, perhaps at 8 ahead of Visa and Ruiz. Yeah, I think that's an option. You can have Sia, Kwaka, Prestia, Toy sort of in a 6, 7, 8 position. I do think that Kwaka off the bench has become such a good ploy from the box and like a bit of a snatch and grab towards the end, kind of in case of emergency break glass type player. So whether he continues to become such an amazing impact player, or whether he does get the opportunity to start, is an interesting one. I mean, I think at the moment we can all finally agree that he is world class and he's definitely international level. People, he's too small. I mean, no one's saying that anymore. He's proven that, and he's become a regular now in this box side, and hopefully now he can really take that step forward and start adding to those caps. I mean, he's a player who's been around. But quietly just amassed, 40 caps for the box, scoring 7 tries in that, by the way. So he's definitely been around the squad, but I feel like it's only been the last sort of 2 years, which we've really started to see the best of Kwaka Smith. And he's got time on his side as well. I think he's 29 years old, or 30 years old, if I'm not mistaken. 31. Just turned 31. So he's got time. He could probably make the next World Cup as well. Jeffrey's saying, All Black supporter here, you guys keep getting better. Losing the SA teams to the URC has hurt us and will continue to hurt us. Rusty has a freedom to experiment. That makes you strong. Always interesting to hear that sort of perspective, especially when sometimes things get quite pessimistic down here. But I think at the moment, to be fair, I do feel like we're currently in the golden era of SA rugby. We are very blessed with all the talent coming through, and the depth we have at the moment, I think, is never been better. And the coaches at the moment are bringing players in and out of the system and have a good system, which is making it very easy for players to sort of adapt to international level. So I don't think we've ever been in a better position as SA Rugby, and that's not to say I think this is the best team we've ever had, although there's an argument for it. But I think it's the best structure, the best environment, the best, I think it's the best situation SA Rugby's ever been in, healthiest situation anyway, and hopefully that will just continue to grow and get better as things go. But we're going to wrap it up there, people. Thank you very much for joining me, and we will be live tomorrow. We're going to take a bit of a break, have a look at this, reassess. Come back tomorrow and we'll chat about this once again. So 1 o'clock tomorrow, we'll see you guys all on the stream. Smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Let me know what your thoughts are if you're watching this back in the comments below. And we'll see you guys all next time. Rassie Erasmus press conference coming up within the next hour. We'll have some training footage as well of the team coming out either today, if not tomorrow. Team will fly out on Wednesday night, tomorrow night, and we will have all the press conferences for the rest of the week on the channel.
Of experience and youth there, you just talk us through your thinking on the composition of that team. I see you've got experience around Jordan, and there's young and there's old.
Yeah, I think the first thing is, we're trying to, obviously we didn't, as I always say, we didn't have a chance in 2020 to kick on and really put some more layers onto our game and things that we want to get right. And then 2021 was the British Irish Lions, and then only 2022. I think we're now fortunate that COVID is not here anymore, and we at some stages had to throw in sometimes 18, 19 new players, like against Wales and some away Argentinian test matches too, which wasn't ideal, and sometimes we lost most of those matches. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that we still are where we are and where we can be and where we were last year in terms of our core things, how we play the game. Can we still do those things? I think that's the most important thing. And then obviously what Tony's bringing and everybody, Jerry, Dion, Stocker, everybody with the new and darn things we're trying to do, we want to put on top of that. And I think if we just throw a bunch of young guys in, which we would love to do, we definitely won't know if we've lost our foundation. So I think this is probably picked on the basis that let's just make sure we are where we were and let's start building on top of that. So that's more or less the thinking.
Congratulations to the new players as well, and everyone as well. I think was it easy to select these new debutants in your squad, especially the two players, Lions players that are starting today? And what is the thinking behind these players that you selected, the debutants?
No, obviously we have to have a long-term hat on whilst or trying to win current test matches, and the Bulls players are not available. The Stormers players only really trained with us 2 days, and I would say we announced a team internally yesterday, and then the Stormers players only trained last week, Thursday and Friday with us. And as I say, the Bulls guys are not available, and a lot of the Premiership guys are not available, and 1 or 2 guys that plays in France. The benefit of Ivan play test matches for us, so that's easy. It will, the way he's been playing and training, and had the opportunity to train with us a full week, you could see things that we wanted to see. And then the other debutants, Sasha was with us at the SAA tour last year. He got a bit of an injury there. He played the SAA games, but he mainly trained with the Springbok team on that side. Jordan, we've always rated who comes through the ranks. Again, I wouldn't say in a fortunate position to have trained with us the whole week, because I think the Bulls are in a good position to win for us a trophy for South Africa, so that's great. But it does help us to know that you don't just pick a guy who fell out on Saturday and had one training session with what he's trying to do. And who's the other one that's making it fussy? Ben Jason. We certainly has been looking at him, and there's a few others that really bad luck are not making the squad currently. We do look for Peter Steff Toy line out, typical South African 7-flanker, momentum getting, momentum stopping. And again, he was at the alignment camps the previous 2 weeks when we were in Cape Town. So some guys are just really fortunate to have settled in and understand what we're trying to do. And we felt putting them in the mix with experienced guys around them, which we didn't have the luxury of in the past just because of COVID, is given us a chance to not throw in 7, 8 new guys at the same time, because sometimes you throw them to the wolves. But with having experienced guys around them, these guys can take ownership now and just concentrate on their job and don't have to watch too much about leading and those kind of things. They can just do what we picked them for.
I'll ask a question.
How are you, man?
Since you've been the director of rugby and now into the coaching, coal phase, what is it that you wanted to make sure you get across to this new group, to this new cycle, that you are happy about going to this test?
Yeah, I think the first thing, I think as the director of rugby role, you wanted surely to make sure that after a sudden win of a World Cup in 2019, that it isn't a short-lived thing, that it's something that can continue. And I do know that a head coach, would love to concentrate just on rugby and the day-to-day things and managing the training sessions and planning and working on guys' passes and line-outs and working with the assistant coaches and sometimes there's a lot of other noise that you have to deal with. And I think if somebody hasn't been through all of that, and especially in South Africa, because we've got passionate media, we've got passionate crowds, and we are passionate about them. And sometimes it does distract you, that you can't just focus on how to be a better rugby team, how to play better, how to manage better, how to coach better, how to train better, and take full ownership of that. So I do think also me stepping a little bit aside, but being full on involved when Jacques was the head coach. I mean, I know there was a lot of questions asked when Jacques was the head coach, but the guy won a World Cup, which is great, and I certainly now that 4 years of me trying to keep that away from him and the coaching squad and the players, that they can focus solely on rugby. Now I've got that under the belt, and I sort of understand and I hope what to listen to, and when it's really advice, and when it's really just people who's a bit upset, or when it's criticism, and when it's fair and when it's not fair, and just understand that there's just a lot of passion and love in South Africa for the Springboks and for the Springboks for South Africa. And I think what we as this group are fortunate is that we can just take on with it. It's not something we have to rebuild again. And the only way to do that is train and work and let the main thing stay the main thing. So I would say that helps a lot.
I can ask this question to Edward, but I'm going to ask you as the coach, as a very experienced senior person. Do you as a coach, a person who's been now for the past 8 years, part of winning 2 World Cups, do you still get butterflies? Do you still get excited about the start of a new 4-year cycle? And is there any pressure on you now trying to keep up with what you guys done in the past 8 years?
Yeah, I think the pressure will always be there, and sometimes you're a bit worried about something because injuries or because something that you planned didn't really go as well in training as you hoped, or something that you tried to say in a team meeting didn't come out quite right, and you're not sure if the players understand that, and those little self-doubts and stuff will always be there. But then again, if you've got a coaching team around you and a management team around you, and you pick the right players with the right attitude and with the potential, they help you sometimes and be honest with you and say, but we didn't quite get that, or we don't think that will work, and having a guy like Dwayne around who still played last year, who's roaming between the women's team and the under-20s, and just making sure that sometimes we think we're very relevant. We played still in 2004. This way packing as a flanker is still the way to go. But you get guys who's playing week in, week out against the best players in the world, and they correct you sometimes and say, Rassi, but that doesn't work anymore. That's old school. Can we try this way or that way? So butterflies, definitely. You're representing your country. You want to be successful. You have to think a little bit long term. You have to care about the players, not throw one or two of them to the wolves and let them whole career get buggered up by you wanting to try something, making sure you're managing them, and also making sure that they feel comfortable being themselves and do why they got picked. So yeah, it's a great privilege, honor, and yeah, you do get nervous.
Rusty, Wales didn't have the best Six Nations. I think they're going to this game on 4 or 5 defeats in a row. But you and Warren have butted heads a few times.
Yeah.
What are you expecting from Wales this weekend?
Yeah, you know, the things change so quickly. Just look where we were in 2018, and then a year later we won the World Cup. You can just see where Italy was 2 years ago and what Italy did now currently. You know, a team like Portugal just turned it around and did really great things at the World Cup. A team like England were written off, and then they went on a 5-game winning spree, you know, before we beat them only just in the World Cup. So we definitely, that's why I'm saying the first target is on Saturday. Is our base still there? Is the things that we do well and we can do well, is that still there? Of course, we want to build on that, and we want, when we struck 2027, we want to be a much better team. So Warren is a very clever coach. We always find the Welsh a more South African type of team who also like to grind it out and go with you to the dark and tough places. And I know we're playing at Twickenham, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a lot of South African and Welsh supporters neutral ground. We enjoyed the game last year against the All Blacks there, and yeah, I think Warren will definitely get his guys up, and a five game losing streak. You can also look at it the other way. The last 10 games we played, it's 5-5. You know, so yeah, I think that's something of the past. This Saturday is something new.
Rossi, obviously you guys focused on this week now, but just in terms of looking a bit into a couple of weeks' time with Ireland, how much did you learn from the Bulls game on Saturday? And I mean, other than the South African team possibly winning a trophy, how much did you take out of that game?
Yeah, look, we played Ireland in our pool match, and we lost, and they beat us well. They beat us. You know, we've got lots of respect for how they do things, and we always see Leinster as this team who's almost the perfect club in terms of bringing players through and their chain of players and their succession planning. Myself, I've coached there and I've seen them model and how they do it. And one can just say, flipping well done to the Bulls. I mean, it's with losing so many, I would say, star players, real star players before a big game like that, and going into a match and not a lot of things did go their way in the match, and losing guys with concussion here and there, and it's just a really gutsy performance, and it's I think it's a typical South African performance, not giving up, and I don't think a lot of people expected that result. I think a lot of us hoped for that result, you know, because it's and not to say that that's going to make the Irish series easier, because they have now played 3 games in South Africa, Leinster. I think they lost against the Lions and now twice against the Bulls. But they would have experienced Loftus. You know, the crowd. I know it wasn't a full house, but they were busy and they were loud. And yeah, we're proud. We're proud that Jake did that with the team, and there's certainly a few players there that showed that maybe sometimes we always look and think that system is better or that system is better, but I don't think the Bulls system is too far off.
In your view, managed themselves this week into a new situation that they probably would have never really been in before, in terms of pressure, in terms of attention, in terms of expectation?
The Bulls players?
Yeah.
How they handled them this week?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think with Jake there, you know, Chris Rousseau, Gary Gold, with experienced coaches there, they certainly have a CEO and that's it's you can see they're going in the right direction. You can see with the juniors how they plan and how things come through, and you can see what Jake tried to do when he he sort of put his, I don't want to say this 100% like this, but his URC hat on, and almost said let's take it step by step before we try to win both tournaments. Let's build. And he's always say let's pay our school fees, and I think he stuck to his words, and he got that right. A challenge will be for them, just like for Franco and his team. It's nerves. It is a final. You don't get another chance. And there will be some guys who's probably in a team you have to manage different, that might think things will just happen, but that Jake will know how to handle. And there's other guys that will be hell of a nervous, and there's other guys who just know how to handle the situation. And if you look at that Bulls team, there's a spread of from Willie, who's played almost 100 test caps, to a Cameron who just the other day came on the scene and they really did well. And then from a Wilco who was just always renowned for really scrumming well, started cleaning out guys from all over the place. Grobby's, a lot of guys in that team who put up their hands and show the physical side of the Bulls, but also the beautiful side of the Bulls with the tries they scored. So I guess try and do the same what you did last week and last week during the week, and hopefully the result goes our way.
I see into Eva. A guy like Dwayne in the current configuration of the setup, how important is he in terms of the dynamics of the youngsters, the experienced players, and also for you, the staff, as a person that we all know to be a standard driver?
Yeah, I don't know if other teams has ever done this, what we've done, and I think we also, most of you guys saw Chasing the Sun too, and he's a guy with a strong opinion, but he's also a guy that knows won 2 World Cups and played all over the world in France, and he played for the Stormers and for the Cheetahs in all different competitions in Super Rugby, and he's definitely a guy that don't just help players, he helps coaches as well, because sometimes we get a little bit out of touch because you don't physically know how a breakfoot and a scrum really influence. And Bongi and Malcolm might tell you, but Dwayne can tell you, listen here, I feel this because I still packed behind Ergis Neyman last week. He can help a guy like Ivan roaming in the lineouts when supporting and contesting. And it's not to say he's this wonderful coach, but he's very relevant in what's currently. And again, there's like four rule changes that we going to be playing under. Sometimes we as coaches think this will have a massive impact. But then when you get his input, again, I don't say he's the world's best coach. He certainly has a lot to learn, and he's certainly not going to work with us at the Springboks. He's going to work with all and help and assist and focus on certain areas and help Bafana with the junior box and SA schools and really be a Moby coach. But it's just to sometimes you don't have that luxury of players always coming up to you and say, listen, but there is a better way than this because we know it and we feel it. And that's what we're expecting from him, and he's doing that currently.
I know that it's not the first time we named debutants the starting lineup. It's happened before, but for the debutants, their first experience out there. What do you usually say to them to calm down since the first experience?
Yeah, I think if it was, let's say we were in our third year, 2026, just before the World Cup here, a guy like Cheslin, when we got him in, it was the Monday before we played New Zealand. We were already in New Zealand, and he was even not in camp. For a guy like him, we probably say, hey, Ches, you do what you do, But then there is systems, certain things that's mechanical that you have to get right. How you scrum, how you maul, your defense system sometimes, those kind of things that one has to adapt, because the Stormers and the Bulls and the Sharks and the Lions don't do all things exactly the same. But I guess the message is, if the boys can help me out, what we're trying to get across is that let's do the thinking and the hard work and the conditioning and the fundamental things that we want to get right. Let that come automatically by training it and training it. So you shouldn't have a list of 30 things on Saturday that I want to tick off and want to get right. You know, you learn as much as you can through the week and try and fall in. But then on Saturday you go and do what you picked for. He's picked for a certain reason. He's going always flat out. You know, he chases lost causes. He's really good on communication. You know, he runs hard. He works hard, and he probably has to adapt to a little bit of a new defense system, a bit of an attack system. But when he goes onto the field on Saturday, there shouldn't be a lot of thinking. Be Edwell on Saturday but work hard through the week. So I think if we can get that kind of mindset right, then every week we can build a little and maybe get that third story right after we got the 2 World Cups, you know, if we do it right.
Guys, let's just do Afrikaans, please. We're running out of time quickly, and then so if there's a chance. Hey, Paula, I hope you're well. Training at the moment, because we're playing this on Saturday, but I'm going to try and bring you, if I
So was avoid Vodacom. Rhyming me.
Hello guys, hello. Is it?
Forget that.
Vasbeet. Hier nog eens een vasbeet. Thank you.
Steve, 2 minutes, eh?
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports, and we're going to be talking today about Jordan Hendrickson, why he has been backed at number 10 for the Springboks. This is the prize selection of the week, and it's definitely gotten social media abuzz with question marks, a lot of debate, and people are now starting to bring up the reasons why he might have been selected ahead of Amani Ibok, Sasha Fine-Zulu, ahead of a Masuku. And there's two graphs I'm going to be making reference to, but just talking a little bit about why Jordan Hendrickson is being backed at 10. And I do feel quite vindicated in what I've been saying for the past few years, because I've been saying for a long time that Jordan Hendrickson looks world-class in the making. You know, from under 20 levels, you know, he was playing for the Lions. He was the senior number 10 for the Lions. And then he went and played SA under 20 at the same time, came back to the Lions as the number 10. And I mean, at under 20 level, it was childish. He looked like a senior player playing, you know, in a division below. You know, he looked like a different level. And he's looked comfortable at senior level for a long time. And it's easy to look at his last season and say, oh, maybe he didn't have a bad season or we didn't play. He was benched by the best player in the URC. That's basically what happened. Because Snare Nahamba did get named the Vodacom URC player of the season. South African best player of the season. So that's the reality. You know, it wasn't even a case of Henderson playing that badly. He's just been absolutely phenomenal, and and he had to now sort of learn to come off the bench for Snare Nahamba, who just changed things for the Lions. The way the Lions played, for example, the way things were going, Snare Nahamba, the way he played the game, just changed everything for the Lions. And as a result, Jordan Henderson, for the first time in his career, at 22 years old, had been benched. And that kind of shows you how good he has been. The fact that he's got 4 seasons. I mean, you go look at his stats, for example. You can go look at stats from 2020 to 21, where he came and started playing in May 2020, I think it was 2021, which is now 3 years ago at 19 years old. You know, this is a special player who's been on the radar for a long time and is now getting his opportunity. I mean, if you look at him, for example, he is yet to turn 23 years old. He has 53 appearances for the Lions across URC, Challenge Cup, and Rainbow Cup. So he's basically, take away Rainbow Cup, which is effectively like a mini Currie Cup, he's almost got 50 professional appearances at 22 years old. I mean, it's mental. It's ridiculous. So he's been playing at this level for a long time. And I want to talk exactly about a couple of stats, which is why he makes such an exciting player. Now, we're talking about a player who has got everything in his arsenal. I really, truly believe that. But we're going to be looking at 2 things today. Obviously, 2 very key things for a Springbok fly half. Obviously, that being the kicking percentage and his ability to kick for goal, which is something that's been under a lot of scrutiny in the last year. For example, with Amani Ibok adding so much to the Bok game plan, but struggling when it comes to goal kicking. And we're going to look at something which I think has always been such a trademark of South African fly halves, the defense. South Africa, you know, have very rarely, Amani Ibok, Alton Yankees, for being brutally honest, the exception to the rule in terms of having ball playing, expansive attacking natured fly halves. And that's not to disrespect, you know, our previous fly halves, the likes of Morne Steyn, Andre Pollard, Butch James. We won a World Cup with Butch James at 10, who was very much not your attacking flair type fly half, but man, the man was physical. So it's always been such an important trademark of a Springbok number 10 to be able to defend. So let's look at some of the stats, shall we? First thing we'll look at is the defensive stats. This is a graph I put together by a Twitter handle called Captain Springbok. We will tag it down in the bottom below. But this tells you a very interesting story of the defense success rates of 9s and 10s in the URC this season. Now, this is a big thing a lot of people are talking about with Snare Nahamba not being potentially included, saying that, you know, for number 10, defense probably not good enough. 60%, the lowest percentage there. I mean, it's not massively surprising. You look at the size of him, and I mean, it's heroic when he does try to defend. And he's not a bad defender, but as a 10, when you get run into that channel, it's a problem. You know, Nahamba for me could play for the Box tomorrow at 9. I wouldn't have any issue with him whatsoever playing for the Box at 9. 10 is a different story. take a big look at, there's a massive percentage that stands out. First of all, Grant Williams, 92%, so very impressive there. But look at that, Jordan Henderson, 94%, and he's defended majority in the season at the 10 and 12 role, where you have to be very good. 94%, completing 7 tackles. A tackle every almost 7 minutes, almost 8, basically every 8 minutes. You know, the only person that comes anywhere near that in terms of how many tackles being completed is Sashfam Gomazulu, who's completing 77% of his tackles. He's the only one, him and Morne van den Berg are the only two that have completed more than 140 tackles. But I mean, out of almost 150 tackles, he's missed like less than 15. He's been absolutely mental, and he is absolutely mental on defense. We're talking about a guy who stands at 1.86 and is about 90 kgs. And I think he'll only get a bit heavy. He has bulked up a little bit this season. You know, similar kind of frame to Sashfam Gomazulu, who's a similar sort of height, also kind of similar weight. Again, 2 young players who will probably bulk up as things go. And they're looking to deputise for Andre Pollard, who's about 1.89 and about 98, almost 100 kgs. We've always had a big fly half, as I said, with the exception of an Elton Jantjies and a Mani Libbok, who are very different profiles. So for me, that is the biggest stat. We're talking about a player who is a phenomenal defender, not even just for a fly half. You don't even have to put a disclaimer. He's a great defender. And that's a portion of his game. When I started watching him early on, I said, this kid's special. First of all, he's got a massive boot, by the way. I mean, in warm-ups and practice and stuff like that, there's videos of him knocking over, kicks from 70 meters out. He's got a massive boot, and it's very useful, especially at altitude. He's been a massive weapon for the Lions. But again, I think he's got an all-around good game. He's got a good pass on him. Not as attacking natured, won't play sort of the chips over the top, and maybe sort of those 50-50 car passes like Snare Nambahamba might. But he's got a good pass on him, and is quite attacking nature compared to some other flower halves, but phenomenal defensively. The other big stat is obviously the kicking stats, and that's also an interesting one, because that's something that has obviously been quite contested with regards to not contested in terms of it being the stats being wrong or anything, but for that being such an important stat for the Springboks. We're talking about the reason that a lot of people sometimes don't back Mani Libbok is sometimes his goal kicking lets him down. And if Mani Libbok, for example, if had a situation like Butch James did, where he had Percy Montgomery kicking for goal, nobody would have ever had anything to say about what Mani Libbok's done in a Springbok shirt. That is the only thing that has potentially let him down at times, because there's been no other options and he's had to be the primary goal kicker. It's a fair criticism, but it's also one that is not the be all and end all, and that's what Jacques Nielba said in the World Cup. They said, is this goal kicking going to be an issue? And he said, not if he wins man of the match. And he shrugged his shoulders and said, well, I don't know to tell you if you don't like it, but that's the truth. So let's have a look at Jordan Hendrickson. He's not his best season with the boots in hand, with off the boot, off the tee. So this season he kicked at 75.9%. So call it 76%. It puts him just a few percent behind Sia Masuku, not far behind the likes of Johan Husson, for example. Ahead of Sunday Nahamba, only just. Nahamba has kicked well. Pollard sitting at 82%, Chris Smith sitting at 86%, and Sashfam Gomazulu at 85.7%. We've all known for a long time that he's a very, very good goal kicker. The one thing I will say about Sashfam Gomazulu is that it is a small sample size. He only did attempt 21, for example. Everybody else well over 50. So Jordan Hendrickson, who was the second choice kicker at the Lions, and this is also an interesting one because, so if you look at the EPCR Challenge Cup, basically, he was the starting number 10 for majority. I think he didn't start one game at 10, so he was generally the kicker there, operated 80%. A lot of the time when he did kick for goal, when Nahamba was playing, it was the kicks from distance as well, which I think does slightly skew the stat. But generally, he's a very good goal kicker. He's worked with Morne Steyn, and he does kick very well. If you look at other players, for example, Mani Libbok at the bottom there at 72.6%, just above Cohen Bosch, who's had a terrible season and is moving on, which I think is a good thing for him. So the big question is, what does Rassie Erasmus see in him? He sees a 22-year-old that can defend like a demon. He sees a 22-year-old who's physical, is bulked up, and not going to go backwards. He sees a 22-year-old that's got a massive boot and a pretty good goal kicker. He sees a gem in the making. And, a lot of people are upset about Sashfam Gomazulu not starting. I don't think it's that surprising. Sashfam Gomazulu has not played a single game this season at fly half. Not a single game. He did not play a single game for the Stormers at fly half last season. If you look at overall, for example, we're talking about somebody who has not played senior rugby at 10. He played for the under-20s at 10, but he has not played a senior game starting at 10 in his career. And that's the reality. And there's nothing wrong with that. But, as opposed to Jordan Hendrickson, who has played 92% of his games at fly half, Sashfam Ngomazulu has played 25% of his games at fly half. So, will he be the future 10? Maybe we'll wait and see. I'll be very interested to see where Sashfam Ngomazulu does settle. Has played fullback a couple of times and played centre the majority of the times. So he's an exciting player to watch out for. But I don't think it's that surprising. I think it's more surprising. People are more surprised that he's ahead of Sia Masuku, for example, who's had a great season, or ahead of Imani Liebach. But I think if you look at the type of profile that the Springboks want, Jordan Henderson ticks every single box, probably even more so than some of the other players, to be perfectly honest. And I think that's why they're going to give him a go. And we have to wait and see. The nice thing is we've got depth. If he doesn't work out and you give Sashfam Ngomazulu 20 minutes at far half, then If you give Sia Masuku time against Portugal, then Imani Liebach, we know what he can do. This is a nice problem to have. It's a very nice problem to have. But I, for one, can understand the thinking, and I think the more you look at it, the more you review. If you just take a step back and look at the last few seasons, Jordan Henderson has earned himself this opportunity, and I'm very keen to see how he goes. It's exciting. That's the main thing. Be excited. You got 22-year-olds starting at 10 on Saturday. That's exciting. He's one of the youngest Springboks ever. Sashfam Ngomazulu is said to be even younger Springbok than him. But yeah, we are talking about players who I think will both be in the top 10 younger Springboks. I can actually tell you exactly who the younger Springs are as well. Where is it? I had the stats here. It'll come to you. I'll find it. But both of them very much in the sort of the younger Springboks, both of them in that, which is exciting to see two young potential 10s. Both of them can play at 12 as well. Both of them play at 15 if need be. Jordan Hendrickson has played at fullback and has played at inside centre recently this season. So, they both have that in their arsenal. What are your thoughts? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Let's talk about some ruggers, Dan, because we had an incredible last weekend. 2 upsets. And whilst the Bulls were, the home side, and I got a lot of flack for calling it an upset, and saying that it's, it was mission impossible, and people are like, oh, but this is the Bulls. Look at their history. Look at the results they've had. And I was like, I'm not saying it's one of the best upset games ever for the Bulls, but this Bulls side, this is not the Bulls side of Brian Abandon, Bucky's Boyd, to Victor Matfield, Donny Rousseau, Farida Priya. It's not that Bulls side. This is a Bulls side that was missing 2 out of their 4 box. Had one coming back from injury and one that went off with injury in the first half. And the captain, so this is a very inexperienced Bulls side on a sort of journey on the way up. But now, actually, 8 minutes away from potentially being URC champions against Leinster, who, regardless of not having won the trophies, 3 back-to-back European finals, for example. They are
half the island team.
Yeah,
they're the real deal. They put teams to bed for fun, home or away. It doesn't matter. When they're full strength, Leinster only lose to the best of the best when they're full strength. That's just a full stop you can put next to that, because how many games have they lost this season at full strength? 2. 1 to Toulouse in the final, 1 to Bulls in the final. That's it. You know what I mean? When they go at it, hammer and tong, they win. So of course,
and when they win, they win impressive. I mean, look how easily they dispatched La Rochelle when they had to. They had some old scars there. It was like, might be a close game. They said not a chance. Went into that game and hammered the current European champions. So the quality's there.
I mean, Stevie, I think it goes in 2 different directions, and I think this game was won and lost emotionally. In that, I think there's a massive emotional hangover that Leinster now have, and it's not about necessarily their quality on the pitch, because that isn't being questioned here. I think it's just how much can 3 finals back to back, as you mentioned, weigh on you, and trophy-less seasons with a world-class squad like they have, versus the Bulls who go in with nothing to lose, and at home with their fans behind them. They just play like a team possessed, right?
Yeah. And I think Leinster paid the price for the rotation, didn't they? You know, that South African trip, losing to the Lions and the Stormers, finishing in third. That was the difference. Because I know it's been done before, but I do kind of say that's kind of more sort of the COVID times. But I don't think the Bulls go overseas to the RDS, or I don't even think they're in the RDS. I think they would have been in the Aviva or Coke Park because the RDS is being renovated. I don't think Bulls go over there and do that. You know, I think Leinster at home put them away.
Much less likely. Likely. But yeah,
so maybe a word of warning that to Leinster in terms of next season you can't sacrifice that number one position.
Yeah, and you're also looking at. You speak about sacrifice, Stevie, and what Leinster, they sacrificed for the betterment of their Champions Cup. Ended up not winning that, in a very close game, of course, going to extra time. But the Bulls, on the other hand, sacrificing the Champions Cup semi-final, sending a B team over, losing that. For the betterment of the URC season, earning them a second place spot, getting a home semi-final, and as we kind of both agreed, one of the main reasons they were able to win. Much more difficult away from home. So, people scrutinized, people, were highly critical of Jake White, but it's worked exactly how he played it out, like chess, not checkers. You know what I mean? This is what he wanted. He wanted to win the URC, and he thought he had more chance of doing that. And now he has an opportunity to do that on Saturday at home.
Yeah, he basically said it was quite simple. If we were to win the European champion, you have to go away to Toulouse, away to a Leinster, away to a Northampton, and he said even if they beat Northampton, they would have then had to go to play against a Leinster or Toulouse in the final over in Europe. And he basically said we're not going to win the Champions Cup. We can't. We don't have the resources, but we can contend for the URC. So put all the eggs in the basket, and they will host Glasgow Warriors on Saturday, and they will go into that game as firm favourites. So difficult to argue the results. But let's also talk about Munster versus Glasgow. Reigning champions. It is a curse, by the way. There is not a single team that has finished first in the URC log that has gone on to win the tournament.
Yeah,
it's
huge.
And we're going to have a new champion as well. Neither Bulls nor Glasgow Warriors have won the URC. Bulls have been in a final,
which is so good for the health of the competition.
Yes,
right?
To have three different winners in 3 different seasons is really cool.
And obviously, Stormers were the likely ones to go back to back last season. And Munster potentially this season, but you're talking about to be fair, over the 3 seasons, those have been the dominant figures. If you're talking about 4 teams: Leinster, Munster, Stormers, Bulls. Now, but it's great, this, for all we know, the trophy could be going to Scotland this year, and not from South Africa. And now you're talking. We spoke about it a couple of weeks back, how it was amazing that we had a team from Wales, Italy, Scotland, South Africa, and Ireland in the top 8. So you're talking about diversifying your talent pool, and I think that's what makes this competition very different to others, in that you have so many that possible competitors.
Yeah, no, I think I 100% agree. And Glasgow Warriors being my second URC team, it was very cool to see them get over
even
the
this
ride.
weekend.
This weekend was 100% against Munster. 100%. I was all Glasgow Warriors. Oh, for this coming weekend.
Yeah,
this one does tug on the heartstrings a bit, because as I said, they played the first URC game, and I remember watching it. It was a Friday night. I sat at home and I watched it, and I was like, "Yo, this team's cool. Like, this is my team." And now they're in the final against the Bulls, so it's going to be the patriotism versus a team that I've been really rooting for the last few years. So it's going to be a tricky one for me.
You got a South African coach, Franco Smith, South African captain, Carl Steyn, Sintuman Jezi in there as well. I think he's injured at the moment, so not playing. But a couple of South Africans in the mix, as they usually are in and amongst the Scottish. So it's not all anti-South Africa if you're supporting the Glasgow Warriors, which I'm still on the fence about. Right? I'm also I'm. It's like, usually in rugby, as South African fans, everything's just geared toward the box. But now it's like my footballing side comes in, where it's like the noisy neighbour. You know what I mean?
Yeah, correct.
Now it's the Bulls, and particularly for you, in Gauteng, they're just across the road there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not hearing too many of the blowbuller in my ear at work as much as I'm sure you are on a day-to-day basis. So, either way, it's going to be a crack of a final. But you have to say Bulls are going to be favourites, but I think that might just favour Glasgow as it did in the semi-final.
No, I think they'll enjoy being underdogs, but I think you're going to have potentially 50,000 Bulls fans who are going to be there at 3 o'clock drinking brandy, watching the box, and then filtering into Loftus. If there was ever going to be a cauldron and a stadium where you don't want to play, it's probably again going to be on Saturday, because it's going to be an absolutely mental vibe to have a Bok game just before, and then you're literally going to go from the Bok game into Loftus and watch that game.
Has it sold out?
I don't know what the current update is. There was an update today from the Bulls side. They did sell 4,000 tickets in the first hour.
Okay. I mean, it'll be at least 80% capacity. I mean, that.
Yeah, I reckon we'll see at least 40,000 people in there.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. But speaking of the day, we've got Springbok Rugby, Dan. And Rassie.
So I'm not wearing this hat for no reason.
Yeah, Rassie has sprung the surprises with a very interesting side that has been named. So
every Rassie squad, I don't think we've ever
always
seen
that one like,
squad,
okay,
right?
There's always that one selection that no one can really call. But let's go through the side quickly. So I'll go through it. 1 through to 15. It is Oxenchair, Malcolm Marks, Vincent Koch, Eben Etzebeth, Franco Mostert, Quagga Smith, Peter Steph Toy as captain, Evan Roos. Then the backline is Faf de Klerk, Jordan Hendricks, Makazole Mapimpi, Andre Esterhazen, Jesse Creel, Edwin van der Merwe, Apelele Fassi. The bench is Bongi Imanambi, Instuko Nunu, Frans Malherbe, Salman Murat, Ben Jason Dixon, Grant Williams, Sasha Feinberg Gomezulu, and Damien Ade Lindy. The 4 uncapped players are Jordan Hendricks, Edel van der Merwe, Ben Jason Dixon, Sasha Feinberg Gomezulu. So 1 to Ebion waiting for the forwards, 3 in the back line. Dan, what stands out from you in that squad?
I mean, there's only one person we can start with, right? And it's the well documented and discussed position within the Springboks over the last couple of years at number 10, and it's Jordan Hendricks. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about someone who is playing second fiddle to the guy who was just named today URC Player of the Year. He only started 55% of the games for Lions this season. So he's playing half the games because essentially
starting off the games, to be fair.
Sanela Nahamba has taken that number 10 jersey for Lions and made it his own, especially because the Lions have had such depth at scrum that they could have him there. I think Jordan was out injured in the beginning when he slotted in, and he's just been unbelievable, complete box office from Nahamba. Not obviously getting into this squad is Nahamba, but we're here to speak about Hendricks. I think the big thing that everyone's speaking about is his size, Stevie, and his size, how big he has become, and the conditioning that he has gone through to get to the stage. And I don't think his performances for the Lions, he wasn't necessarily dropped as a result of bad performances. He just couldn't get back in as a result of Nahamba.
It was just he just had he had the unfortunate thing of having 3 slightly off games, and then they gave Nahamba the keys, and Nahamba said cheers, Oaks. And he bolted, and he just became undroppable. The dynamic he added to the team, you couldn't move him. And he played basically almost every game this season. He played 22 games. He played over 1,000 minutes to Jordan Hendricks. So somebody was saying, he hasn't played a lot of rugby. You're wrong. He has played a lot of rugby. It just seems like he hasn't, because he's been coming off the bench and he's been playing second fiddle. But I really like the fact that you mentioned the fact that he's bulked up, because I said 2 years ago when he came through at 20 years old, he was playing at 19, by the way, which for a backline player is very rare. One thing that's always stood about
70 meters.
But what is one thing that's always stood up for me, more than just like his kicking stuff, is his physicality. He's a big boy, and he knows how to tackle. He's a fantastic defender, and that's why when he came through, I said, Bok fly half. That is, he's the mold of a Bok fly half. He loves defense. He can take the ball to. He's been playing 12 recently a couple of times to try and get him and Nahamba into the team. So I don't think I'm massively surprised that the Boks coaches rate him, because I think he fits the mold. But a lot of people are very surprised that he skipped ahead of Mani Liebok, he skipped ahead of Sia Masuku, and skipped ahead of Sasha Femi-Gomezulu as well.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, he was even a bit of a question mark when he was added to the squad, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't a sure-in. He was probably the most unlikely backline player to be added into that, because of his minutes and because of those only starting 55% of the games for the Lions this season. And what this tells us, Stevie, I mean, you're talking about a team, the 3rd best team in South Africa, and the 2nd choice fly half is now your starting 10, in a test match. I mean, what does that say about the depth that we have? Not to mention Pilo Gumede, who could be in Pretoria right now, training for a URC final. He's not good enough to make the starting 23 for the Bulls, yet he's in a Bok camp.
I'm very confused about what's happened with that
depth.
Pilo Gumede situation. I mean, how does he go from having the season he's having to having Marcel Coetzee being injured and still playing like a Nizam Kar ahead of an Pilo Gumede? It's a weird.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on
that's
there.
just a Jake White nod of approval to probably the experience of Nizam Kar, to be fair. The Bulls just have so many loose trio options. But the point being is that the Springbok depth is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You mentioned, I'm gutted not to be watching Sia Masuko on the weekend. I'm not going to lie, just because it felt like his rise and his trajectory, leading it up to this first test at Twickenham would have just been a beautiful story. But I actually think that he is more likely to get game time in the Island Series than Hendrikse or than Ngomezulu.
I will completely disagree with that.
Okay, talk to me.
I was saying today on the show, this Bok management, can you name a player who has gone from like nothing to something and gone straight into this Bok team and like skipped ahead of people? Like, the only person I can sort of think is Grant Williams. And the only reason I say that, as I said, it's amazing how loyal this particular like management group is in terms of people who have been in the system. They give them the chance first.
To be clear, I'm not saying he's going to jump Mani Libok or Hendrik Pollard. I'm not saying
he's going to be involved in the
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is I think in that big game, if Rassi's picking between if he's picking between Sia Masuku and Jordan Hendrikse, I think he's picking Sia Masuku.
But then I think he would be playing Sia Masuku this weekend. Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you give them exposure if you do intend on using him for Ireland?
Stevie, if I were to try and understand Rassi, I would be a millionaire. But I don't. But I have faith, and that's what he's bought by winning back 2 Rugby World Cups.
You can't get into his mind.
Somewhere in there. There's a plan somewhere in there. But I mean, there are a lot of talking points. Also, the comeback, Stevie. People who were either out because of injury. Salman Murat, Malcolm Marx making their respective comebacks. And then
Fassi back in the squad.
Yeah, Church of Fassi weekend special is back, and you can't say it's not earned as well. He had a great season with the Sharks. Evan Roos, the madly contested number 8 position,
big opportunity for him,
particularly with the performance of Cameron Hanekom over this last weekend. So this is an opportunity for him to wear the green and gold and put in a big shift. So I think it'll go a long way for him having this extra week. And then of course Mkunu, joining what otherwise is just a typically very, very strong and World Cup winning forward pack. So, really, really exciting. Obviously, Ngomezulu now, if he steps on the field on Saturday, England can wish their luck goodbye. No chance of him getting him. But there, another player who only ever really started getting minutes after Damon Willemse got his injury. So, again, the depth of the Springboks is just ludicrous.
Yeah, no, what I really enjoy is the fact that Fly was such a big problem position, and now we've got so many options there, for example, and the boxer, and you can see they've gone with Sia Masuku, who's 26, 27 years old. He could have another 2 World Cups in him, but I mean, we're talking about Jordan Hendrikse, Sashfem Ngomezulu, Jordan Hendrikse being the older one at 22, 2023, with Sashfem Ngomezulu 2022. They've got 3 World Cups left in them, potentially. They've got 3 more World Cup cycles, so... Yeah. This is an opportunity for them to become part of the system and just start they could be very nonchalantly, play 4 to 5 games the next few seasons. Next thing you know, they'll be 28, years old, ready to be starting and almost have, 40, 50 games for the box. And they're ready to go.
Yeah. And you're also looking at a number 10 position where Hendrikse is looking at his left and his right. He's got Faf over 50 caps, Andre Esterhuizen and Jesse Kriel on the other side. So... just a wealth of experience for him to be around. Obviously, there's Edwill and Apelele, who are the inexperienced heads at the back and on the wing. But it's the classic breeding of young players. Even Kunu is, I think, 24 years old.
But and he's coming with Bongi
from the best of the best. He'll be taking over from Ox probably one of these days. So it's always the most exciting the year after a World Cup, and we were deprived of this during COVID because of COVID. To see, what this would look like, we just had to go and play a Lions series without even anyone really knew. I don't think there was a single debutant in that series.
Yeah, I think
maybe Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese.
Jasper Wiese. I think he's about the only one that was playing for the British and Irish, for the Boks, the British Irish Lions. There's a couple in the that Georgia game, for example. I think it was Varsity, I think, made his debut there.
Varsity,
and I think Roscoe Speckman made his debut. A couple of debuts back there. But something I wanted to talk about. We're talking about in terms of reward for just absolute hard graft, relentless effort. Ben Jason Dixon. What a season he's had. And just
what a guy.
He's been around the setup. He's been playing for the Stormers, but bench player, always kind of the first player to get dropped or in and around start. I mean, for example, you go look at his 22 and 22 season, and he played just 6 games, all off the bench. 22-23, for example, he played 21 games, 48% starting, and then you look at this season, for example, where all of a sudden he's a 70% starter for the Stormers, and been absolutely immense. You don't want to make comparisons, but there's a Peter Steph-Toy-esque-ness about him, in terms of the work rate, the way he goes around, the defensive masterclass, the physicality, the reading that he makes, and just the hard graft.
Yeah, no, and again, super, super happy for him. Done it the hard way of forcing a way into a Stormers or regular Stormers starter through good performances, and that leads to an opportunity in quite a young Springbok squad, obviously, because the Bulls are off. You look at there are a ton of people that are lining up in his type of position. Lowe, for example, is just like knocking on that Springbok door. So Springbok material for 3 years now, and has barely got 3 caps. But now he has an opportunity, and you spoke about loyalty. Once they wear the Springbok shirt, that means that your the type of game that you have and the performance that you put on in a box shirt means more than anything you've done at club level.
Yeah, correct. And these coaches will reward you. They'll back you. You could have a dreadful club season or a very average club season, but if you've been doing it for the Boks, they'll say I'm very happy to continue backing you.
Absolutely.
They've shown that loyalty in the past, and sometimes very, very rarely to their detriment, but sometimes it's about knowing that you walk into a Springbok jersey and Rassie sits down and says, listen, I know you've had a tough 6 months, but you're my starting hooker, you're my starting whatever, I back you, I know what you can do, we know you can do, you've got nothing to prove here. Go out and just play the way you can because we know you can. So I think that's the backing that these guys give them is second to none. But Dan, something I want to talk about is the fact that we obviously got our opponents this weekend in Wales. So a very, very inexperienced side in that Eben Etzebeth has
more caps than the entire front row pack. Nuts.
Yeah.
190 to 118.
Yeah. So that shows you. And I think if you look at that starting pack, I think it's I've got the squad here. I want to look at exactly. I think it's like 2 players who've got all those 190 caps basically. It's a mentally inexperienced.
Wainwright has got a bunch. I think he's got.
Yeah, so it's Wainwright with 48 and Garrett Thomas with 30. So that's 78, almost 80 caps of that 118 coming from 2 players. Yeah. They're the only players who have, and then Dewey Lake's the only other player that's with more than 10 caps. James Botham's got 10 caps. Dewey Lake will cap to the side. Cool to see Liam Williams back in his first game since making the move to Japan.
I saw that. I mean, he's by far the most experienced head, and from that, iconic Wales team, the one that was, winning Grand Slams at the Six Nations that we got used to, and he's got 90 plus caps. But other than that, you really have to, the other one is Wainwright, which you wouldn't even really associate to that era. So, I mean, a completely new face of Wales, as it has been. Obviously, wooden spoon winners in the Six Nations. And Gatwick's come out saying it's a roll of the dice. He wants to see you playing South Africa. Let's see who
he
puts their hand
loves
up.
that throw to the wolves. He loves that. Go play. I'll throw you. I'm going to put you in there. Go and show. You're playing against the world champions. Go and show me you're a test player. And I think he's going to sit there saying, the funny thing about Warren Gatland is he'll be going and say, I think he can win. He's got that. He's got that mentality. He's not going to sit there and be like, we're building, etc.
Yeah. He wants to see a player that in 4 years' time is going to challenge for the World Cup.
Correct.
And half of that is heart. particularly against a physical Bok team.
Yeah, he wants to see a Mason Grady who's got 11 caps, very talented young player. Look up across to him at Jesse Currie and say, "Cool, I'm going to outplay you.
Yeah,
I'm going to go toe to toe with you. You won the World Cup. You were one of the best players in the World Cup last year. I don't care. I'm going to outplay you." You know, that kind of attitude. That's what he wants out of these players. You want these players to say, "Bugger, I don't care who we're playing against. If I outplay my respective person, then I've done my job." And there's nice players in this World Star. I mean, I was a massive fan of Cameron Winnett when I was watching him during the Six Nations. Not a player I've watched a lot at club level, but looked so comfortable at international level in an Australian World Star. I still like Sam Costello. I know he's had his struggles at international level, but again, he's playing behind a very inexperienced pack that hasn't had a lot of opportunity on the front foot, but I do think there's a talented player there.
Has he got a tough order on his hands? I mean, if you're thinking, on defense, he's going to have, he's going to have Andre Esterhuizen and Jesse Creel running crash balls right at him. And when he has the ball, he has Quagga, Peter Steff, and Evan Roos hunting him down. So this is when, you got to, it's like, are you a man or a mouse? And we're going to figure that out this weekend, I think. But he has had his difficulties. I remember that game versus Italy at the Principality, the final game that concluded the Six Nations and resulted in them being the Winspoon winners. He didn't have his best day out, and you see that from fly halves when they are rattled. There's
no place to hide, unfortunately, as a fly half. You can't hide. You cannot hide. It doesn't matter what the ball's coming to you. You have to, even if you're on the back foot, you're 50-50s. Even if they're like hitting, if they're hitting, up and under bombs into the sky, you're underneath that, you're at first receiver, you're having to sort of defend. If Evan Roos does make a break off the back of the scrum towards you, you're hoping your flanks are coming, but you're going to have to sit there and say, okay, fine, well, I'm going to have to get involved. You cannot hide as a number 10. It is the position that is the most, exactly. You can't get away from that. So, a bit of experience coming off the bench. Gareth Davies with 76 caps, so that's a nice player to bring on. But apart from that, we're talking about 10 caps in the front row. James Ratty on debut, Eddie James on debut, Jacob Beetham on debut, and Mackenzie Martin with 3 caps. So the entire bench, I think, has about 90 caps, of which Gareth Davies has 76 of them.
Yeah. No, listen, it's going to be a tall order for them, but why not now? If you're one of these Welsh players, this is your opportunity, and this season, beginning with probably they're touring Australia, which is also difficult as much as Australia have had their problems. But this is where you put your hand up, and if you want to guarantee yourself, you give yourself runway if you put in a man of the match performance this weekend. So I'm really excited. Obviously, as mentioned, I'm going to be there in the flesh. 2:00 kickoff, followed by the Barbarians versus Fiji, which is just the most box office game you could even dream of watching. So my Saturday couldn't be scripted better.
Yeah, and a nice Barbarian side as well. You're going to watch Sam Whitelock's final outing. He will captain the side. But Dan, an Ireland squad has been named. We don't have a lot of time to speak about it, but we will. We'll pick it apart a bit more next week when we've got a bit more time and we're going into the Ireland series. But 2 very big absentees. No Jamison Gibson Park. No Jack Conan. What I want to focus on is no Jamison Gibson Park. I watched him, in the Six Nations.
The most important player.
I agree. I think
hands down.
And if it wasn't for Anton Dupont being an absolute freak of nature, I would have no issue saying Jamison Gibson Park could very well be the best rugby player in the world. The way he's been playing in the last couple of years, it's just insane.
He's top 5, no doubt. Rugby players in the world, and the only reason he's not is because he's against the Lionel Messi of rugby. Unfortunately, sorry, that's not Finn Russell. But I genuinely think he is so the way he can vary the speed of that Irish attack, which has become so unrelenting as a result of his skill and his ability to distribute and put it on the toe and just be in that right space. Everything you want from a scrum half. He just makes that Irish side tick. So I think that is absolutely massive in the series. And Springboks, they have their own injury problems. Glaring ones of Currie Orense, for example, right now, and Captain Sia Kolisi. Well, we actually really don't know who's going to be the captain going forward, but we have our own problems. But I don't think there's as much of a reliance on one single player in the Springbok camp as there is to Jamie Gibson Park for that Ireland team. So I'm really interested to see who it's going to be filling his boots.
Yeah, Craig Casey, Conor Murray, named in the squad. Two players. Which I love watching Craig Casey. I think he's a very, very cool fun squad to watch. And I was very impressed with him last year in that Munster final. But obviously, then you got the experience of Conor Murray. There are 3 uncapped players in the squad, by the way, in the form of Jamie Osborne and Sam Prendergast from Leinster, and then Ulster's Cormac Izuchukwu gets his first senior call up. The 24-year-old. So very keen to see if I'll be interested to see if we see any of those get game time. I'll be very surprised, unless they're gonna back Sam Prendergast to debut. Well, I mean he's the other fly off in the squad really for Jack Crowley. Unless you're gonna go for like a Kieran Frawley, you can also potentially play there. But it's a good squad. It is still got lots of quality. Peter O'Mahony talked about whether there was talks about whether he was going to potentially go and was his Ireland career. He himself said after the Six Nations we'll have to wait and see. You will captain the side. I reckon this could very well be a swan song. I think he might come out here for the 2-match tour and then call it quits.
It would be very Peter O'Mahony just. He's Mr. Shithouse of rugby, right?
Correct.
He wants to. The last thing he wants to do on a rugby pitch is win in South Africa. So I think, and if he doesn't, then he might just delay the retirement a little bit.
One of those things, if he beats South Africa, he'll retire. If he doesn't, you'll see him in the next World Cup.
If they won the Grand Slam, he would have retired by now, but they didn't, so now he's irritated and he must win the next one. He didn't win the ERC, so he's gonna have to win something. We might, as you said, we might see him at the next World Cup.
And then he's going to announce retirement at the end of the season and get called up to the British and Irish Lions.
Yeah, and to captain it probably
as
well. But Steve, before we move on to looking at England's performance at the Euros, let's quickly touch on England versus Japan this weekend. Eddie Jones going up against, obviously, being the former coach of the English side. So a lot of history in this battle in Tokyo. It's going to be an early kickoff, 6:50 a.m. my time, 2:50 local in Japan. But very, very interesting. And what really actually is looking like quite a strong English lineup. With about 1,000 vice captains.
Yeah, 4 vice captains. Can we just talk about this? Why? What is the point? Because within those 4 vice captains, there is the real vice captain who will become the captain when the captain leaves the field. So when Jamie George goes off, who's the captain? That's the vice captain. And I mean, are you really telling me that Joe Marler needs to get a vice captaincy?
It just never works.
It doesn't work. You have to have one who's the designated captain. This whole crap about. Yeah, I mean, look, you could be like the box, I suppose.
Just call it your internal leadership group. It's like Dwayne. Everyone just knew Dwayne was like a player coach. You know what I mean? When he was at the box, no one questioned it. You don't need to put a label on it. It's an understood thing, or it's internal. Why are you forcing it by making it external, England? Are you fragile, or what's the vibe? Are these people not feeling they're getting enough credit?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Does Joe Marler and Henry Slade and the likes need to be told you're important too, guys? Like you're also a vice captain. It's just it's not for me.
So Jamie George is captain. Jamie George is captain. And as you mentioned, Marler, Slade, Itoje, and Ben Earl. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
And all good players understood, and essentially what all they're saying. Well, I mean, Henry Slade wasn't even at the World Cup. I was going to say a nod to you're part of the future. Henry Slade and Marler may or may not make the next World Cup. You'll have faith that Itoje will and Ben Earl will make the next World Cup. Earl, particularly, probably if they're wanting to put someone as their next captain. Jamie George isn't that young. No. He also there might be question marks about his next World Cup. So it's just confusing. Anyways,
it is very confusing and unnecessarily confusing. So Borthwick, you lost the plot. It would be very funny if Eddie goes and beats England. And
Eddie's been planning this game for weeks.
Eddie was planning this game whilst Australia were busy being beaten by Wales at the World Cup.
Yeah. Mid-game.
He's like,
they're touring England or touring Japan. That's where I'm going to
he's flicked on the England game. He's watching the highlights, and they're like, Eddie, what are you doing? He's like, just do it, dude. Like, I've got the England game next year to win with Japan. Do you mind?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Stevie, let's move on from the rugby because the listeners of the pub listen to things other than rugby, and let's go on.
Thank you very much, Gina. Good day, Peter Steph, Pomoy, and Dibudisile. I'll just go with one question first, and one other one at the end of this course with Coach Stick. Coach, if wait, apologies. Coach, yes, sorry, the coach, the squad has been together training on the field for a short time. Yes, there were alignment camps on the way. With that being said, what are you expecting from the gents, especially with the new blood coming in forward from this weekend's game?
Yeah, listen, it's a start of the season, you know, and there's a lot of exciting things, you know, with also new personnel, also in our coaching staff. So yeah, at least we've managed to have our alignment camps where we can align with the players and also get their input in how we want to do things and then take this team forward, you know, and it's been good. And then also being in those conditioning camps in Pretoria, I think it helped us. It gave us a bit of more time on the field with the players. But once again, I think a lot of guys are excited, and also us as coaches, you know, because of once again, we're going to have to start building now towards 2027, and a couple of youngsters getting opportunity in this team, and with a good mixture with the experienced players around them. So I think the most important thing for us is not to try too much. It's just to make sure that we do the things that we planned well. And then also, once again, like we always say that, you know what, we must also make sure that we focus also on our soul, which is the things that we normally do well. So I think that's going to be a key for us going into this game. We have to start well and make sure that we pitch up with our physicality, like we always do.
Peter?
Thank you, Z. Hello, Stocker. Hi, Peter Steph. Hope it gaan goed.
Yes, man, bro.
If you can touch on the crowd of over 65,000 pitching up, it's a first of many for a lot of guys in the squad, and also Rassie in his return, and it's the first game of a 4-year cycle that's starting again. Just what was the message to the guys in handling the atmosphere, the game itself, and then just the message from the system? Peter Steph, if you can touch on that too as well, please.
Yes, for the new guys, of course, playing in Twickenham in almost a sold-out stadium is unbelievable privilege and an honor playing for the Springboks. It's our second test match outside the test window in a neutral stadium. Last was it against New Zealand and now against Wales. So for myself personally, it's a huge honor to play against them and to play that test match for the Boks and for the new guys. So the message we've got for them is we've done the hard work this last 2 weeks. We've got our systems in place, and the system is there to protect the guys in the team, so they can just go out and enjoy themselves and focus on their personal abilities and the abilities that got them picked for the Springboks.
Thank you very
much. Thank you very much. Coach, just want to check what excites you about in the backs, you know, about Jordan and Edwill?
Yeah, I think if you follow Jordan Hendricks' career, you know, he's been coming at the Lions over the past 2-3 seasons. He's been playing very well, but sometimes gets unlucky with his injuries, you know. So we've always had an eye on him, you know, because he was one of the players with great potential, you know, and how he manages the game also when he was playing for the Lions, you know. So, but one thing that excites me with that backline, if we look at the balance with what we have, you know, a guy like Edwill, Panamera, probably similar style of play to what we normally have with Cheslin Colby or Ketley Arens, you know, and with the experience of Mapimpi also in that on the other side of the wing, you know. I think it's a well balanced backline, you know. If you look at what we've got in that team, Apelele Fase playing very well for the Sharks, and I think also for Varsity to reward him with the call back into the team. And I think the last time he played actually for us, it was against Wales in I think it was in Bloemfontein, you know. So for him to get an opportunity, and I've seen him, we followed him, and we've seen some growth in his game also, you know. So I think the most important thing for us is just the balance that we've got in that back line, you know. if you talk about experienced players around the likes of Faf, pairing up with Jordan, so which is a good balance. And then also in the midfielder with Andre Esayezen, who's been around also. Whenever he gets a chance, he always play very well for us as a team, you know, for the team, and with Jesse Kriel. So I think it's a good balance for us studying. But I'm also, once again, I'm more excited to see what those new guys will do tomorrow, you know, because of, once again, if they get opportunities and they grab them with both ends, I think the better it is for us as coaches going forward. Because remember, we always want to also build the squad depth, you know. So if we can know that even if Cheslin is back after a couple of weeks, if you know that a guy like Edward can do the job for us, I think that will be great for us as coaches.
Thanks, Zena. How's it, guys? Pieter-Steph, obviously, this is the second time you're going to be captaining after Wales and Washington back in 2018. So a bit of similarities there in it being at a neutral ground. But do you think sort of the differences this time around is it's a much more experienced side that's coming up, so there's a bit more pressure, do you think, on you guys to win? And secondly, for you personally, filling in as captain, is this more, do you see it more as a filler role, or do you hope to become more permanent at a later stage?
Yeah, just on the captaincy, so it's a massive honor and a privilege for me to be able to captain this team. But I think in the past, I think everyone on Chasing the Sun also mentioned captain is irrelevant in this team. It's got a job description, and the job description is the communication between the players and the ref. Inside the team environment, everyone has a specific role that's been assigned to you, and that's your responsibility on the team, on the field, to make sure that aspect of the game performs. And then, against Wales, it's again, I've got a special bond with him. It feels to me personal. I've made my debut against him in 2013, and then first time captain, and now second time captain. So it's special for me to play against them, and especially the respect we have for each other and the way they play, the physicality that they bring towards the game as well. So pressure is always there to win when you put on a Springbok jersey. So we've done our preparation this last 2 weeks. Again, we've got a new defense coach, a new attack coach, but the core of the squad is staying the same. So I think we've got a bit more of a better edge than we had in 2018, but again, the pressure will be on both sides.
Thank you again, Zena. Zena, this one is for Pieter-Steph. Pieter-Steph, again, congratulations with the captaincy. You get another opportunity to lead out the side. Will you be looking to lean on the likes of Eben and Bongi? You're not really known to speak much, but rather lead by actions. But at one time when he spoke and said, and I'll say it loud in English, come, let's make a plan.
What? Yes, again, those guys have been part of the group with myself and with Rassie and everyone in Stocker, with everyone for as last, I think, 6 years now. So we've come to understanding a bit, sort of understand each other. You don't always have, some guys will speak, some guys will lead with action. So again, with this environment as a team, they just want you to be yourself. You don't have to be someone else, do something that's not expected of you. And that's the nice thing about this environment. You can be yourself. Myself, if I feel there's something that's on my heart that it needs to be said, I'll definitely say it. But if I feel the message has come across, it's no need to speak again and waste time on a certain aspect of the game.
Stocker, just for you, please. It's a tricky first game where you're bleeding new guys, but there's also that tag of world champions on your back, and there's a vast experience, especially amongst the pack of forwards. How much are you protecting the guys against that pressure of wanting to show South Africa, yes, we are still champions, and not falling into that trap of trying to go out and prove that we are still the champions, if you understand what I'm meaning by that?
Yeah, no, listen, the key thing for us that we always focus on, and that's something that we always draw strength from, it's we're not just protecting the status of being #1 or world champions. We are protecting South Africa. You know, we are representing plus minus 60 million people. So whenever we get an opportunity to play as a Springbok, we know the honor and the responsibility that's in our shoulders. We're representing the country. So besides being world champions, I think for us, the most important thing is that we have to protect South Africa, and also the fact that we know the legacy of this jersey that we're using, the Springbok jersey. It's been there for ages. So at all times, whenever the players, they put that jersey or that jersey over their shoulders, they know the responsibility that goes with that, So once again, we will always do everything in our powers to make sure that we protect South Africa, So tomorrow, yes, I know probably Wales will probably be excited the fact that they play against world champions, but for us, it's not about that. For us, it's just to make sure that we start well the season and then make sure that we're going to keep on building from it, because it's going to be a tough season, it's going to be a long season. But once again, for us, it's all about the Springbok rugby and the South Africans.
Stephen?
Thank you very much. Coach, how have you guys found the new voices in the management team, just from a coach's perspective? Because what's quite interesting about it through the years, South African players like playing like South Africans, so there's a limited scope really to bring in foreign ideas, if you understand what I mean. So how have you found it? Have you found it stimulating, and have you guys taken a lot of positives on board?
Yeah, listen, it's like we've always talked about it in the past to say, like, if we're going to think we're going to do the same thing that we normally used to do in 2019 or 2023, the other teams, they'll catch up on us, and they will study us and they'll probably go past us. So we also, as a team, it's very important also to keep evolving, Yes, like you mentioned now, there are certain things that we can't compromise, when it comes to how we play the game, and South Africans, we take pride in, most especially when you see our physicality and how we play our kicking game, But the key thing is that with the new voices and the new coaches, I think it's a balance, and I've been enjoying the past couple of weeks working with these gentlemen, and you can see also they don't have big egos, it's people that really wants to make contribute to the team to make it a better place. And once again, with Tony Brown's mindset, he's someone that really empowers the players, when it comes to decision making also on the field. So I think the key thing for us as coaches is to make sure that we complement each other when it comes to the way we want to play the game. But once again, when it comes to other things, we can't negotiate. The players, they understand very well that at least if we defend well and we kick well, and probably on the set pieces also we get advantage there, you've got a better chance to win the game. The rest can follow after that. Otherwise, if you want to try to do all the nice things and then not do the hard work on the field, probably it will be a long day for us. But once again, hopefully things will get together nicely tomorrow.
Ross?
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Stocker, the bench is a little bit inexperienced. You got two uncapped players. Salman's only played 3 times and Tutugu Mchunu once. So are you guys hoping that the starters lay the platform and there's like maybe a good lead for the second half so the guys can come in with less pressure? Or would you prefer them to come on with a little bit of pressure, to sort of see what they can do there?
Yeah, listen, once again, on the other side, you still got Bongi on the bench, and you've still got a guy like Frans Malherbe on the bench. And if you look at probably the possible players that were available for this game, this is probably the best possible 23 players that we could have selected. That's one thing for sure. And a lot of those guys that are on the bench also, if you look at a guy like Salman Murad, who's been coming in our system also, for a while, for him now to also get an opportunity is something that is very exciting that I'm looking forward to. And once again, like we always say, we always want to build squad depth into our system. If you remember very well, I think it was 2 years or 3 years ago when we played against Wales in Bloemfontein, and then the likes of us who were playing in that game, when we gave guys like Currie Arends opportunities those days, and then people kept on saying, we don't understand what we're doing. But now you talk about Currie Arends, everyone's got a massive respect of him, as one of the world best probably wings at the moment, So once again, unfortunately, if sometimes you want to build squad depth, you have to make some bold calls. And I think a lot of these youngsters, they deserve that opportunity. So I'm excited and I'm looking forward to see some of them. Jason Dixon also has been doing very, very well for the Stormers. So I think for us, it's a key that we must also reward some good performances from our players also.
Guys, please a reminder to just raise your hands for questions. Nathan is now on his third question, so if there are any others, please raise your hand. Nathan?
I just got a couple of possible questions for Coach Stick.
Yeah, all good, Nathan.
Okay, thank you very much, Jennifer, for the opportunity. Pomo, Themba nisiphetha kuhle kuloqala. Ngeziphi iziphumo nifuna uzibona kule game yokuqala?
Nathan, tata into ebalulekileyo ukuthi si-set i-tone for i-season yethu. Uzokhumbule kaloku sinala tag ngoku xa sizodlala xa sidlala i-team zizawuza ngamandla ukuthi because of la World Champions tag yabona. So into ebalulekileyo ukuthi make sure ngoku xa siqala umdlalo siqale kakuhle kakhulu, more especially kwicala loba le-physicality, because of ukhumbule kaloku iqela le-Wales ngabafana noko abanamandla abathanda nabo the physical side of the game yabona. So ne-kicking game yabo into abayithanda kaba-organize kakhulu kuyo yabona. So I think apho sizawuchallenge kakhulu. So kubalulekile xa kufuneke lo mdlalo wangomso if bangaba sifuna ukuphumelela siwuqale kakuhle as a team sithi make sure uba ezi zinto siqela uzenza kakuhle like into ze-set pieces ne-defense ne-kicking game yethu sikwazi uzi-execute kakuhle, and then yonke enye into ke iyawulandela after leyo tata, because of uzokhumbule again sinabaqeqeshi abatsha apha kuthi system yethu abafana njengo-Tony Brown, which is i-attack yethu yabona, will be probably slightly different kancinci yabona. So I think with loo nto ndithethileyo, I think there's also excitement from all of us. I'm talking about players and coaches to see what we can do from tomorrow because of udala sebenza kakuhle the past couple of 2 weeks, you know. So kubalulekile ngomso to make sure uba siset i-tone for the season yethu because of izawuba i-season ende kakhulu and izawuba i-season enzima kakhulu xa ubona uba amaqela esawudlala nawo kulo nyaka.
Oh, sorry.
Nathan, can you give others a chance, please? Herman?
Thanks, Zina. Sorry, I've just got a question, maybe for Peter Steph. I've just had a look at the head-to-head against Wales. In the last 10 games you guys have played, it's been 5 wins and 5 losses. Now, obviously, you haven't always been in that opportunity to pick necessarily the best Bok team, but Wales have been a bit of a plucky side for you over the last few years. You know, there's a stage where I think they won 4 in a row as well. So just your views on them. What makes them so tough? You know, what is it that they bring that that provides a challenge for you guys?
Yes, that was the message that the coaches team gave us as well. So we only have in the last, like we said, this 5 from 5, 5 for them, 5 for us. So that's something that we have to focus on, and it just shows you like there's no easy test match anymore. And what makes it difficult to play against them is the physicality. They're big boys, they're hard. I still remember last year when we played against them, the message that we got from the coaching staff is they're going to keep coming till the last whistle go. And I remember, I can't remember exactly which try it was, or maybe it was the second or third try. And normally a team walks back from underneath the post to the halfway line and take the time to kick off. They were jogging. They were ready for the next moment, trying to get points on the board. So they're not going to stop. And I think that's what makes a challenge to play against them. They're always going to keep coming.
Steven?
Thank you.
Thanks, Z. Is it okay if I ask Peter Steph a question in Afrikaans, please?
Yes, that's good, Steve.
Peter Steph, laaste wedstryd wat jy gespeel het vir die Springbokke, het jy 25 duikslae gemaak en was jy speler van die wedstryd in 'n wêreldbeker eindstryd. Het jy al gedink oor die toekoms, jy weet, langtermyn, wat is dit wat jy nog wil bereik in 'n boktry en miskien net as 'n span, jy weet, as die kern van die span, die pad vorentoe, wat wil julle nog bereik?
Ja, as 'n kern van die span is dit natuurlik baie belangrik vir ons om kombinasies uit te vind, dink ek, en 'n momentum te bou, om gereeld onder die top 3 te wees in die wêreldranglys. As ons daar kan bly, doen ons iets reg, dan weet ons bly kompeterend, jong ouens in te bring in die spanning. So as daai kan doen, sal SA Rugby en Springbokke op 'n goeie voet wees tot en met die volgende wêreldbeker. So natuurlik bou ons met die oogpunt van 2027 op wat die einddoel is. Nou my persoonlike doelwit is om elke wedstryd my beste te speel, alles te gee wat ek kan gee en net om hier so te wees vir die span en my kant te bring waar ek kan, waar hulle nodig het.
Reg, so baie dankie. Voorspoed julle.
Pieter Stefan, ook vir jou asseblief net oor Malcolm. Tydens oefening, wat was jou observerings van hom? Is hy gretig om terug te kom op die veld? Is 9 maande, hy het glad nie in Japan gespeel nie. So net die gevoel om hom ook terug te hê in 'n bokspan.
Het is ongelooflik om as Malcolm van sy kaliber terug te hê en sy ondervinding. Ek dink vir hom gaan dit ongelooflik lekker wees. Ek was self al 'n paar keer in daai situasie gewees en om terug te kom en jou eerste wedstryd is 'n toetswedstryd wat op 2 kinders teen wal is. So ek dink die druk gaan al wees, maar weer eens uit die ouens rondom hom om hom gemaklik te laat kan voel. Ek dink ook nie daar word te veel van hom verwag om die wedstryd op sy eie te wen nie. So ons is daar vir mekaar, ons is daar om hom te ondersteun, maar ek dink mense gaan definitief, of ons almal kan definitief 'n goeie wedstryd van hom persoonlik verwag.
Stocker, how much momentum can you guys sort of take from a game like this when you consider that, there'll be another squad named after the game, a few more players coming in from, Europe and from the Bulls. So do you still think you can still take a lot of momentum from this type of game into, the incoming series against Ireland and Portugal? And then secondly, just maybe if you could both have a word about, it's a really big weekend for SA Rugby, with the Bulls in that URC final.
Yeah, Ross, I think for us it's key to start well, not only because of just the personnel in place, I'm talking about the systems that we are trying to install as coaching staff. Like I said, we've got a new attack coach, we've got a new defense coach. So I think if we can execute well our plans, and see how the players are executing from the new voices, I think that will be one of the most positive things for us if we start well. That's one thing when it comes to momentum that we're looking for. Yes, I know there's going to be change in personnel sometimes now and then when the other players are all available to play. But once again, for us, I think the more competition we get between our players, I think the better it is for us as coaches. We want to build squad depth, but we want also at the very same time to make sure that we still protect our South African emblem, and we want to protect our Springbok emblem. So at all times, we always want to perform at our best. And then tomorrow will be a good test, like Peter just mentioned now. Wales, they're a very, very tough side. They're well coached. When it comes to the kicking game, it's part of their DNA, So I know one thing for sure, that we're going to be challenged tomorrow. But once again, I think for us, we will take a massive, massive momentum if we can execute the way we want to play the game. And I think it will also build confidence amongst our players going forward. Yeah. And then once again, when it comes to Ireland, we'll probably only start talking about them probably from Monday after the game.
Nathan will take your last question, and then Stephen, if that's an old hand, then we can close off with Nathan. We'll close off with Nathan.
Thank you very much again, Zina. Bomoy, kuthethe nje ngoPeter Steph xa ezokhokhela iqela umuntu uthanda usebenza imini yonke ebaleni.
Yabona into endiyithandayo apha kabadlali bethu wena Nathan, we've got a lot of leaders abetimini uthi ujonge namfana njengobonga imbonambi sebhentshini naye wake wasenzela umsebenzi as a captain. Umfana njengo-Eben siyamazi naye one of the leaders egruphini. But xa ujonga umfana njengoPeter Steph understand exactly how we operate as a team. Yabona, and yena angilambi uthetha kakhulu, yabona i-action zakhe is what makes him one of the strong leaders, yabona, and njengoba esitshile ba if bangaba sometimes there's no need for yena bathetha akho nto azayithethela, yabona. So into ebalulekileyo ukuthi make sure bakha thina siyamsupporta as abaqeqeshi and siyamazi as i-leader yethu unawo amava noko. So sijonge kakhulu kuye for tomorrow, and siyayazi uba simthembile njengomkhokheli wethu for le matches ezayitshela ngomso.
Thank you, Sticky. Thank you, Pity. And thanks everybody for joining us. I'll send out
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. It has been months, ladies and gentlemen, months and months and months. But guess what? Guess what? The Springboks are back. The world champions. Let me be correct. The world champions are back in action this afternoon. It is South Africa versus Wales. It is the Qatar Airways Cup, that coveted trophy that we would like to retain today as we take on Wales at Twickenham in what is going to be an interesting clash. And some fantastic players on display from a Springbok point of view, as well as some newbies, some new faces, for example, a new generation potentially coming in. And it's going to be an absolute cracker. Welcome to the stream, everybody. And if you are new, make sure you smash like on the video. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. And get ready. We have a kickoff in less than 25 minutes. And it's going to be a really, really fun one. It is the neutral ground in Twickenham. We've got a man on the ground in Dan Skolch, who's going to be giving us a few sort of updates, stuff like that. Hopefully be able to give us a few some chat about what the crowds are looking like, for example, as they also roll in, and hoping for a really, really cool match. As we'll go through the sides in a little bit, a bit of a very inexperienced, let's put it that way, Welsh side, and a South African side, which despite missing a few key members, through injury, and the likes of, Ches and Colby, for example, 100 Par, Jasper Wiesen not available, the likes of Sid Khaleesi, Trevor Nyakane not available. It is still a very strong side, and not far off as strong as the Springboks get, even though there are 4 uncapped players in the 23, and very excited to see, especially somebody like an Abel van der Merwe, Jordan Hendricks in the starting 15 before the likes of Sasha Fayman, Gomazulu, and Ben Jason Dixon are set to get their debuts off the bench. We've got a poll running into the comments asking who you're supporting. So far, it's a 97% swing in favor of the Springboks. If you are looking to watch the game, check out the description. We've got a step-by-step guide on how you can watch the game. So go and check out the description, stuff like that, to see and make sure you get yourself nice and sorted before. You have still got 22 minutes before kickoff, so still plenty of time to get that sorted. But I want to start getting in some score predictions. I want to let you know. Actually, before we even get that, I want to do a bit of a check-in. Where are you watching the game from? That's the first thing I'm going to ask you to do. Let me know where you're watching the game from. Are you watching in a pub? Are you at home? And also, physically, where are you? Johannesburg, Cape Town, South Africa, overseas. Let's see if we can do. I like to play a bit of a game when it comes to these sort of games and tick off countries from all over the world and see where the majority of the viewers do come from. And it's interesting to see how wide the reach of the Springboks and the fans are in terms of people that want to watch the game, and everybody that tunes in from all around the world. A lot of expats, for example, newbies as well. People who are new to watching rugby. So let's do a bit of check-in. Let's see where you guys are all watching from. Let me know who you are supporting. Get those in the comments below, and let's have a chat about exactly what is plotting over in across the various different channel and stuff like that. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and get ready for what is going to be a jam-packed match. We're going to look at the sides, as I mentioned. We're going to go through the South African side first. I'm going to show you the side, and then we'll talk a little bit about the Welsh side as well. So get your check-ins at the moment. Let me know where you're watching from. I'm seeing Spain, I'm seeing Poland, I'm seeing Austria, I'm seeing Auckland, New Zealand. So we'll do a check-in after that. But in the meantime, if you're wondering who the South African side is that is going to take on Wales in 20 minutes, then it looks a little bit something like this. Right, so there we go. A very interesting side being named by Rassie Erasmus, who is back at the helm of head coach and no longer the director of rugby for South Africa Rugby. It is the head coach role that he is now in charge of. And it is going to be the start of a new era. And as mentioned, a lot of interesting decisions in the lineup. I think for me, particular players to watch out for: Evan Roos. Opportunity today to get his hands on the number 8 jersey. Dwayne Vermeulen has officially retired, and Jasper Wiese obviously has been sort of the one that has been chasing down Dwayne and looking like the natural replacement. He's out of the Ireland Games as well due to a suspension. So Evan Roos got an opportunity today to put himself in the front running position. Obviously, Kwaka Smith also an option when Siya Kolisi comes back, for example. And then Cameron Hanekom's a player who's playing really good rugby and will definitely want to put himself in the mix to potentially be an option in that Springbok number 8 jersey. So that for me is an important one to watch. Obviously, all eyes on Malcolm Marx. His first game since that injury that ruled him out of the World Cup. Literally, not even just for the Springboks, his first game at all. Has not played any rugby this season. So interesting to see how his fitness is, for example, what his form is going to look like as well. Opportunity for him to sort of get back into some match fitness ahead of that Ireland series. Big one is Jordan Hendrickson, isn't it? At number 10 on debut, the 22-year-old, turning 23, I think now about, youngster who's been on the Springbok radar for a while, according to assistant coach Zwandile Stick. But obviously he's had some injuries, for example. And this season, ironically, he's probably played a bit less than what he would like to. Started a bit less. He's played over 1,000 minutes of rugby. So he's played a lot of rugby over the last sort of 6, 7, 8 months. But has not been starting because of the former Snare Hamba. But very much rated, and interesting to see, for example, is that a Tony Brown decision? Is that something that he sees, for example? Is it because, Rasmus has been looking at Jordan Hendrickson for a while? And I think he's been a selection which has created a lot of chat, but the longer we looked at it, the more it's been, people are more sort of looking at and understanding why decisions were made. Welcome, Sultans, ladies and member to the Forever Sports Members Club. If you'd like to support the channel, then please consider becoming a member. Once again, for everybody looking to watch the game, check out the description. There is a guide on how exactly to watch the game on it. So go and check that out over there. But yeah, big shout out to everybody who is, and Lisa Name and everyone who has just joined the Members Club. We really do appreciate your support. I asked to do a bit of check-in earlier. We're going to have a check over there to see exactly where everyone's watching in. And we talked about, I think it was our Pedros, where we got to in Auckland, New Zealand. Francisco's in South Africa, Band Media in South Africa. Hingmei is saying Springbok supporter watching from Pretoria, getting ready for that final later, I'm sure, at Loftus. Carmel asking, is SA playing in green and gold? As far as I understand, in fact, yes, we are. The team photo was in the green and gold. Sanisu says hi from Cape Town. A lot of people watching from South Africa. Gerrit Snyman from Osaka in Japan. Dave Jackman's in the Outback in Australia. Ferry said watching from Cairo, Egypt. Bracknell, UK's Dennis Els. Peter Conradi watching from Burma with a 24-18 prediction. I'm seeing Chicago in the USA. I'm seeing What the Funk from Ireland. Apparently wearing his Bulls jersey as well. Michaela Gordon's joining us from Italy. And so lots of interesting countries all around the world. As I love ticking off the various different things. Like Charles there, coming in from Papua New Guinea of all places. Really cool to see how wide we get to reach everybody. And to see all the different people coming together. We've seen the Springbok side. Again, another big person I'd like to keep an eye on is Edel van der Merwe on debut as well, the Lions wing. Opportunity for Upgrade Fassi coming back into form this season, starting in number 15 jersey. He's only played about 4 games for the Springboks. An opportunity for him to try and add to his caps and try and put his hand up for that number 15 jersey. And then off the bench, a mixture of experience and youngsters. Sal Murat on the bench, Ben Jason Dixon, a debut and waiting for him. Imstuka Tunu, potentially his second game for, will be his second game for Springboks. On debut, Sash Fame Gomezulu, a player who's been touted for higher honours since he first took to the field as a lighty, and will get his opportunity today. Welcome, Henny from Paris. Etienne saying he's watching from Alabama in the USA. Marcel watching from Westport, Connecticut in the USA. So quite a few people jumping in from over there in the States. We've seen who we have got in the lineup. The question is, who are we playing? A very inexperienced Welsh side, and that Warren Gatland has named, and very interested to see how they go. I think he's basically throwing them to the wolves in a certain amount, in a certain regard, and saying, "Show me what you've got." We'll have to wait and find out exactly what they do have, but let's have a look at exactly who the they is. right, so as you can see, a very, very inexperienced Welsh side, but still plenty of talent there. Liam Williams, 89 caps. He's going to be massively important for the Welsh this evening, or this afternoon, really. And very excited to see how a couple of the new faces go. James Botham is of good heritage, the grandson of Ian Botham. Tane Plumtree, the son of John Plumtree. So some interesting names in that, and some sporting pedigree over there. But one thing that Wales do not have is a lot of experience. I've got my Bok jersey on. It is the World Cup one, as you can see over here. The four. Yeah, things you love to see, hey? Things you love to see as a Bok fan is. So we're wearing the Bok jersey very proudly. Let me know if you're wearing your Bok jersey. Score prediction time. It is score prediction time. What are we thinking? South Africa by how many? Wales by how many? Who's willing to go? Which way are we going to go? Dewey Lake there, I think she's like shedding a couple of tears there. Captaining Wales today. Not a very experienced campaigner is Dewey Lake, but gets the opportunity today. Very cool anthem is the Welsh anthem, and after that we will have kickoff. So I hope you guys are all ready for what is going to be an absolute cracker of a match. I hope, and it looks like an absolute. Well, it's not completely set out, but a very packed Twickenham over there. And yeah, look, despite the fact that obviously it's a lot closer to Wales, expect to see plenty of South African fans in the stands because we know how big, first of all, an expat community, and we travel, we get behind the lads, don't we? But yes, score predictions. That's what I want from you guys at the moment. I want you to let me know who you think is going to win the game, who you're backing, why, for example, maybe some try scorers, early man of the match nominations. Let me know what you think is going to be happening over there. So if you are new to the stream as well, welcome to the channel. And we are live across YouTube as well as TikTok. So sometimes something a little bit different, trying to get some new people in. And once again, as I keep saying, if you are looking to watch the game, check the description. We do have a step-by-step guide on exactly how you can watch all the action. And there we go. We have good finish there. Welsh anthem is just wrapped up. So we will have, I don't think we've had the South African anthem just yet, have we? Yeah, no, we're about to have the South African anthem. So check the description for a link on how to a guide on how to watch the game. Get ready, people. We are minutes away. Which players are you looking forward to seeing? Pedro's coming with a early score prediction of 32 points from SA, 10 for Wales, so a little 22. Goodness me, that's an interesting outfit that we do have for our national anthem. Jordan Hendricks, what a day for him. Debut, my boy, but the Lions boys on debut for the Boks. So excited to see what both the likes of Jordan Hendricks as well as Edelfunde Merwe can do. It's been so nice. It's nice to see Lions players back in the Springboks setup. C's going, Springboks 34, Wales 18. Brendan Bowman's going 218 to 3 for SA. Interesting. I mean, imagine making 200, quite a few tries per minute, actually, that would be. It's such a jam-packed squad, this is, isn't it? And yeah, really good. Looking forward to seeing some attacking style rugby. I'm very interested to see the type of game we're going to play. Obviously, also new laws in effect today. You cannot be taking a scrum from a free kick. World Rugby doing their best to depower the scrums, despite what they're saying. They're not trying to depower the scrums. But I think if we'll be brutally honest, that's kind of the way it will impact the game. So very keen to see how things go over there. Very interested to see. Looking at some of the players and the fans, plenty of green shirts there. As mentioned, Evan Roos, big game for him. Eben Etzebeth, who's got more caps than the entire starting Wales pack. Not the front row, not the locks, not the loose trio. All of them put together, fewer caps than Eben Etzebeth. Shows you, first of all, how experienced Eben Etzebeth is, a test match centurion. But maybe even more importantly, how inexperienced the Welsh side is. And very, very interested to see how they go about their business. It's always been it's usually a very tight game between Wales and the Springboks. It's the last 10 games we've won 5, they've won 5. First opportunity that Dion Davids with the shades, but Tony Brown, Jerry Flannery in the coaching staff there. The first game over there. Having a look at the team for South Africa. Let's go through it, shall we? In the front row, it is Recheko Baditwe, known as Ox in chair, Malcolm Marks and Vincent Koch. They'll be backed up by Eben Etzebeth and Franco Mostert. The loose trio comprises of Quacker Smith, Peter Steph Toy, captain today, and Evan Lewis in the number 8 jersey. Faf de Klerk will partner the young Jordan Hendricks on debut, as they say. The back three of Makazole Mapimpi, new cap Edelfunde Merwe and scrum cap Edelfunde Merwe. Upleader Fassi at full back. In the centres, the large Andre Esterhuizen will be next to the chiseled JC Creel, who had such a great World Cup. Bongi Manambi, Inch Tukakunu is the reserve front row with Francois Herber, Samuel Murat, Ben Jason Dixon. The rest of the pack are being covered there. Grant Williams, Sasha Faye, Magoma Zulu, and Damien Delendi are the backline replacements. If we look at Wales, the front row is Gareth Thomas, Dewey Lake, Kieran Azarati, a late addition to the side after that injury to Henry Thomas. Matthew Screech and Ben Carter in the locks there. Tane Plumtree, James Botham, and Aaron Wainwright are the loose trio. Ellis Bevan will partner Sam Costello in the halfback pairing. Mason Grady, Owen Watkin in the middle there. Very exciting players. Mason Grady, Rio Dye, Liam Williams, Cameron Winnett, the back three. I really do rate Cameron Winnett. I think he was a fantastic find during the Six Nations. Off the bench, it will be Evan Lloyd, Kemsey Matthias, Harry O'Connor who comes onto the bench, James Ratty, Mackenzie Martin, Gareth Davies, Eddie James, and Jacob Beetham. Very keen to see a couple of these players play. A lot of players on debut there. I think it's about 6 or 7 debutants potentially for Wales. And so big pressure on them to come good. But what an exciting time. What a way to make your debut at a full Twickenham against the world champions. The first game they play out there. Great to see Liam Williams back in a Welsh jersey as well. What a player he is. Had played such a big role. One of the all-time great tries by the British and Irish Lions against New Zealand all those years ago. And our referee today is the Irish Chris Busby, who will have the whistle in the middle. Interesting to see what the TMO has to say as well, because obviously they've got a bit more time. We will be kicking off, by the way, right to left. We have got kickoff and the first half coming up to you. And we are ready to get underway here. Over at Twickenham, we are underway. Got on the left-hand side, it's an early touch for Mason Grady and an early tackle for Oxen Chair, as well as Eamon Etzebeth. Ladies and gentlemen, Springboks season is officially underway. And the first carry there for Dewey Lake, the Welsh captain. Bit of a juggernaut type player. Loves to have ball in hand as Dewey Lake. Very interesting to see how that clash with Malcolm Marks goes, because we had a bit of words the last time they played. Right, touch here for Apple Fassi from the clearance. He's looking to run himself. Wrapped up well by Plumtree. Now even worse with his first carry of the day. Andre Esterhazen in the midfield. Stands up and has another go. Faf de Klerk. Sniping. Pops it up to Franco Mostert, who didn't miss a tackle throughout the entire playoff stage of the World Cup. Pick up and go, from Evan Etzebeth now. Pops it up to Evan Roos. Does well. Good tackle on him, though. Lost a bit of momentum. Options here. Faf de Klerk. Now goes to Jordan Henderson. Jordan Henderson goes flat to Pieter-Steph de Toy. El Capitano today. Quick ball from Faf de Klerk. Looking for options. Decides to go back down the right-hand side. Oxen Chair popping up to Franco Mostert, who almost spills it. Does well to hang on. Ball eventually available for Faf de Klerk. Down the right side to Evan Roos. On the 10-meter line now of the box. Good early start this. Looking to try and hold him up, Evan Roos, but rests himself down to the ground. Slow ball this for the Springboks, and they will win a penalty for not running away against Aaron Wainwright. Almost a minute and a half. And that was good. Very, very nice start there from the box. Keeping ball in hand. And being positive. Now, interesting decision. We're going to take the points here. Is that Jordan Henderson going to look to try and get his first ever test points? Will we go to the corner? What is the chat here? Very, very nice. We are taking the points. So Jordan Henderson lines up his first opportunity for test points. Come on, my lad. Come on, the lad. And he skews it wide. It's very hard to back you, Jordan, if you're not going to repay the faith that they've repaid in you as it goes wide. And that's right in front of the poles. Really, really poor. That's a bit of nerves coming up over there from Jordan Henderson. So not the start that you would have wanted. Now the restart goes down the right-hand side. We picked up by Evan Roos. Evan Roos a bit of space to build up a bit of momentum. So an earlier missed opportunity there from Jordan Henderson. But box back in the front foot. Here is Hendrickson. Good pass out to Fassi. Ball over the top for Kwaka Smith, who brings in Jesse Creel. Mapimpi down the left-hand side. Mapimpi with a bit of space. Ball back inside. Jesse Creel. He scored against them last year. He scored against them today. And South Africa lead in the 4th minute with an early try. That is exactly what we want to see from ball in hand, drawing pass there. Nice flat ball to upright fast from Jordan Hendricks. Ball over the top to Quacker Smith. Then a simple drawing pass, back to Mapimpi, back inside to Jesse Creel. And the perfect start. The perfect start. Yeah, you can't give that kind of space. And Jesse Creel, he scored that superb individual try last year in that game against Wales. He's back over. Like scoring against Wales, does Jesse Creel? He's got the opener. And what a phenomenal World Cup he had. Proved a lot of people wrong and had a lot of doubters going into the World Cup. And he had an absolute stormer of a tournament. Well, he's just picked up where he left off, really. Now, Hendricks, that's a much better kick from him. It is a little bit easier, but he is on the board. And Jordan Hendricks officially has test points to his name. And that'll give him a bit more of a boost as well. Playing a nice part in the try as well. And pretty easy in the end there from the box. Just created all that space. A couple of drawn past. Mapimpi unselfishly back inside of Jesse Creel. Right, deep restart there. Quacker Smith controlling things at the back of the rolling maul there. Eben Etzebeth now with the ball in hand. Working well here as the maul here. Made a few yards. Still grafting, still working, still pretty well set as well. Evan Lewis adds his way to it. Now remember the new laws, you can only use it once. Now it goes to Estes and wrap around to Hendricks. Hendricks almost through. Caught on the ball there by a good tackle from Mason Grady. Puff to Clack, seeing a bit of space. Goes to the boot. And he's kicked it out in the full. You can see as he kicked it, they already stopped running. I think he knew he overcooked that one for Puff to Clack. Bit of a mistake though. The kick was definitely on. Definitely a lot of space in behind. But not coming off on that occasion. That's a nice line out actually from Wales. The first actually line out of the day. Now in the midfield there. Solid work. Good go forward ball this for the men in red. And a penalty for not running away against Franco Moster was being held in place by Ellis Bevan on debut. So an opportunity for Wales to hit back and put some points on the board. Now you can just see there, Franco Moster being held in the ruck, doing his best to try and roll. Couldn't have actually done much more, to be fair, but that's what scrum halves do so well. They put themselves in an awkward position, make it difficult for the player to get out from the base of the ruck, and as a result, he does get pinged for not rolling. That's a pretty good kick that from Sam Costello. Right, Wales do hit back and respond with a penalty of their own. So 7 minutes in, 7 points to 3 the score. Right, down the left-hand side comes the restart. And it's Aaron Wainwright. Never going to miss him with that blonde hair. Good tackle there from Franco Mossad. Oxen Chair lending some help as well. Now on the right-hand side, here go Wales. Bevan looking for options to go back for the clearance. And updated Fasty underneath it. It's well taken as well. Liam Williams as well to pull out of that challenge and not risk taking him out in the air. On the right-hand side there, Evan Ruiz. Box so far, looking to try and keep the ball in hand. Puff de Klerk popping up, and not the best pass that to Vincent Cock. And Oxen Chair does go and clean up, does it very well. Franco Moster goes back to Eben Etzebeth goes back to help. Quacker Smith gone to the boot, and I think he's kicked that into the touch. That's a bit rash from Quacker. Initially thought there might have been a touch, but there was actually initial a knock on. So we're going to have our first scrum of the day, which is exciting because I think this is where I think we can really have a go at this Welsh front row. Oxenchair, one of the best scrummagers in World Rugby on his day, and being backed up by Vincent Koch, who's in good form. Malcolm Marks in the middle. I'd like to see a bit more of Malcolm Marks. It has only been 8 minutes, but can't wait to see him over the ball or with ball in hand. Right, first scrum of the day. Yeah, 5 to click with ball in hand. And look at that hit there. Now the pass starting to come through. Penalty advantage for the Boks. And that ball's not going to come out. Penalty for the Boks. What did I say? What did I say? It's almost inevitable, isn't it? Every single time when you get that scrum, so powerful is the Boks scrum that unless you're really having your best day, you're going to struggle. And Boks going to turn out the points here. Jordan Henderson will kick towards touch. Yeah, Vincent Koch there. On his 50th game, by the way, Vincent Koch. Not the best lineup that was. Peter Steph Toy going up and missing it. Now, ball turned over here for Wales. So a bit inaccurate there from the Boks. Not ideal. Need to be better than that. Right, now deep reach there from BITDEFENDER. Well, it's 3 from 3 for BITDEFENDER. They've tested him early and he's been up to the challenge so far. Taking it very well out there. Has BITDEFENDER. Evans with Springbok return now. Straight through the middle goes Evan Roos. Has he got the pace and the power? He'll be just short. Faf de Klerk is there. As the Jordan Henderson pick up and go from Franco Mostert. And I think he's over. Do we have grounding? The referee says wait. We'll wait. That's going to be a yellow card. So I think it's going to be a penalty try here. We've got a yellow card to Wales. So I'm going to put that up on the screen in the meantime. I think it's Rhea Dye who's been carded for what was deemed cynical play. He can't believe it. He's a bit confused as Rhea Dye. But Wales down to 14 men. There was no grounding from Franco Mostert, but there's a yellow card. It will be a scrum for South Africa. It is held up as the call. It's a great run there from Evan Roos. It's a good tackle in the end. I think it's Bevan and then Cameron Winnett's there. Yeah, there's the offside there from Dyer. And clearly offside. Actually a pretty easy decision in the end from the referee. Right, another big scrum. We're going to have a reset. Important to capitalise and to try and find a second here. Right, so another 5-minute scrum here, right by the poles. So we can go right to left. You've got Jordan Henderson standing directly behind the scrum, as is Makazulu Mapimpi. Sorry, it's BITDEFENDER actually. You can go right or left here. Jesse Creel to the right, Andre Estes to the left. Both wings hugging the touchline. So if this does get used, this can go anywhere. Faf de Klerk is shaping it to go towards the right-hand side. We're on the spider cam. Another penalty here for the Boks. Faf de Klerk wants to take quickly, does take quickly, goes Pierce Step to Toy. Good defense. 3 meters out here. Now Malcolm Marks gets driven back. That's a good tackle on him. Ball available for Faf de Klerk down the right hand side. Back to Pierce Step to Toy, but he pops it to Hendrickson. Hendrickson pops it to Esterhuizen. Esterhuizen inside the outside. Hendrickson does well to Joy, maybe from the side. Now Fussy goes to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel steps inside. Good rush defense, this from Wales. And it's one on the ground, illegally so though. So it's a penalty for the Boks. And we'll have to slow things down a bit here. Can go for the scrum, can go to the corner. All the pressure at the moment from the Springboks on Wales. And to the corner they go. Looking for another line. I reckon we'll see it rolling more here. Would be my guess. Not the best lineup, but it has worked out really well. And over the line we go. Ball's available. Can we get off the spider cam? And it's actually a penalty try, so it won't matter in the end. This whole friggin' spider cam nonsense. Can't see anything. That's another yellow card to Wales. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's down. Wales down to 13 men. That's going to make coping with this South African pack very, very difficult. Yeah, Warren Gatland's going to be a very, very stressed out coach now in that coaching box. Now they're down to 13 men. And the box, it's just so much pressure, isn't it? And there goes Aaron Wainwright. He's the man who has received that yellow card. It could have been a selection of people, to be fair. And as you can see on the screen, 2 yellow cards for Wales, down to 13 men. South Africa back to up to 14 points now. The penalty try, no conversion needed. And within 50 minutes, Boks almost scoring a point a minute so far. Evan Roos off under the kickoff. And he's knocked it on in contact as Evan Roos. A silly mistake that after scoring a try as well. So it'll be a Wales... a Wales scrum. Right, so scrum here for this will be a Wales put in. There'll be a man down. So an opportunity for South Africa still to try and force a penalty. There's a big scrum from the Boks, but it is available. Right, Mason Grady in the midfield. Sorry, Owen Watkin this time, actually. Just good defense here. Now Dewey Lake. Double tackle there, but he spins away from it. Does well there, does Dewey Lake. Malcolm Marks over the ball, but no rolling is the call. I think the referee said that Malcolm Marks is entitled to play it, but there was no roll before, so there's a penalty for Wales. Probably an option for just go for the points, to be honest. They're down to 13 men. Try and take the points that went on offer, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Sam Costello points to the polls, and so Quacker Smith, who's been penalised there. Oh, that's incredibly harsh. To say that's not rolling is wild, considering that he was out there like within a second. Very confused about that score. Right, well, here we go. So, San Castillo will kick for goal. I'm a big Sam Costello fan, to be fair. I think it's taking a while for him to get sort of used to international rugby, as it often does. But having said that, I'm a big fan of him missing kicks as well. That's gone down the right. That's an awful kick. Warren Gatlin's response probably says it all. Not happy there. An opportunity for Wales to pull some points back. And it's a really poor kick in the end from Costello. Well, that's 2 kicks missed for each team. Well, one per team, 2 in the total. So I suppose it could have been 17-6 if both those earlier penalties had been converted. Not the case. So we start with a 22-meter dropout. Deep there from Jordan Hendrickson. Oh, that's a big tackle on Owen Watkin. Oxen Chair and Franco Moster. They've performed a little bit of a defensive duo so far today. On the halfway line, on the left-hand side. Looked to go to the pocket, but instead they shifted up. Quacker Smith almost thought about having a go. Now it looks like Ez Bevan's going to go to the boot here. Goes to Costello, who sends it up to the right-hand side. Mapimpi underneath it. It's been knocked backwards by Liam Williams and almost gathered by Currie before, unfortunately knocking it on. So it will be a scrum for Wales. Good pressure that on by Liam Williams, who's so good in the air. For me, one of the best players in the world in the air is Liam Williams. This is much better from Wales. It's starting to win a couple of small battles here. Right, and they've employed the services of Owen Watkin, who will pack down at 8, with Aaron Wainwright being down in the bin. Rio Dyer, the other man, as well, keeping him company. Big shove that from the box, but it is to be used by Ez Bevan, who goes to Costello. Costello will chip over the top. There's a bit of space for Watkin to run towards. It bounces up, and Edel van der Merwe gets his first touch in international rugby. Is thrown down to the ground under a lot of pressure. Jordan Henderson doing really well at the breakdown to secure that ball. Now, Faf de Klerk identifying a bit of space. Jesse Kriel up against the touchline, goes to the boot. Keeps it inside. It's Costello underneath it. He's going to go to the boot. No, in fact, decides to go to the left-hand side, spotting a bit of space. Win it. Pops it up to Grady. But there's a forward pass in the process, so it'll be turnover ball here for the Boks. It was a nice idea, actually. And here comes Rio Dyer, so it'll just be the 1 card. So I'll just update that. So just the 1 card now. Wales down to 14 men. The Boks scoring 2 tries since Rio Dyer's been off. So it definitely has made a big difference. I think it's a really poor pass that from Mason Gray. It's a big tackle on Jesse Creel, his opposite number. A bit of break and play here, so some words being said to both sets. We've got the forwards split. And that's Dwayne Vermeulen, by the way, who's on the park. Not officially part of the Springbok coach staff as Dwayne Vermeulen. A bit of a floater with an SA Rugby, but I think we will see him involved a lot when it comes to the Boks over the season. Right, we're ready for the scrum here. That's a nice scrum for the Springboks. And penalty advantage here. Esterhuizen pops up to Hendrickson. Hendrickson intercepted by... No, there was no... I thought it was penalty advantage. There's no advantage. And I'll tell you what, Bevan has knocked it on. And then through the legs goes Fusty. What the hell are you doing there, mate? And they'll go back for the knock-on advantage. But I thought there's I mean, he pretty sure he pointed over there. Must have been pointing at the offside line. So it was almost a disaster for Hendrickse, whose pass was snuffed up by Liam Williams. Good tackle in the end by Adolf van der Merwe. Double tackle actually by Adolf van der Merwe. It's a try-saving tackle from Adolf van der Merwe before the knock-on. Very confused. I initially thought that there was a penalty advantage. Not a good pass there from Jordan Hendrickse. Good tackle this though from Adolf van der Merwe. Then gets back up and makes the tackle on Mason Grady. Forces the knock-on as well. So bit of a contrast, the two debutants. A horror moment from Jordan Hendrickse and a moment of class from Adolf van der Merwe. It will be a box scrum halfway between the 22 and the 5-meter line. And pretty much centre of the park as well. Still down to 40 men here are Wales. Right, that's a very solid scrum. No move whatsoever. Now a bit of a shove there from the box. Now they're getting a bit of momentum, but it is used by Faf de Klerk. Long pass out towards Adolf van der Merwe. Now that's where Adolf van der Merwe has a bit of space. Rounds Rio Dyer. Still going to Adolf van der Merwe. Dabs it to the boot. Jesse Creel giving chase. Sam Costello's going back under a lot of pressure. No Fats Cameron win it. He goes to the boot on the right-hand side. Apple Fassi is there, well positioned. Now what can his response be here? Fassi, it's a good tackle from Dewey Lake. Just short of the halfway line here. Faf de Klerk almost brought into that rack. Now goes to Evan Ruiz. The box trying to wrestle back a bit of momentum. Been parked in their half for the last few minutes. Faf de Klerk now will go to the boot. Marcus Pimpy will give chase. Peter Steph the Toy floating around as well. Lots of traffic, and it falls back to Peter Steph the Toy. No knock-on, so no, eventually the decision comes from, I think, the touchline referee, actually. There was a knock-on from Pimpy. A lot of traffic from Pimpy to try and negotiate. So it'll be a Wales scrum. Looking at this from Adolf van der Merwe. How's that for a nice little run? Hands off Rio Dyer. Plenty of space down the touchline. Keeps ball in hand until he really can't. Then puts it to the boot. So I tell you what, where Jordan Hendrickse has had a couple of nervy touches, Adolf van der Merwe so far has made a very good double tackle and a nice little break down the right-hand side. An exciting player to watch out for is Adolf van der Merwe. Going to be a free kick there for early engagement. And this is an interesting part. They can't call for a scrum yet, can Wales? So they've got two options. Option 1, tap it. Option 2, kick it. Those are the only options now from a free kick, or short-arm free kick. Short-arm penalty, which is known as a free kick. And that will see Aaron Wainwright come back on. So back to a full contingent here, Wales. And they kick it high in the air. And this will be a tester for, I think it's Fusty who's taking it really, really well. It is Fusty. Been very good under the high ball today. Now to the right-hand side, here goes Franco Mostert. Now back eventually to Jordan Henderson, who goes to the boot. Adolf van der Merwe, Andre Esthuizen giving chase. Cameron Winner underneath it. Looking to run. Fires to Dyer. Dyer looked up. Sees Adolf van der Merwe and Jesse Creel. Good tackle from both of them. Good counter ruck there. Massive counter ruck there from Andre Esthuizen, who's dragging half the ruck back himself. Eventually, Wales sending a couple of players to secure that ball, but it's back towards the time-meter line, and then a hand in the ruck from Kwaka Smith and a penalty against him. It's a bit sloppy from him, to be honest. Putting a lot of pressure on Wales, but then just conceding the mistake. Needless as well. He does apologise to the referee, as Kwaka Smith. Right, decent line of that from Wales. And into the midfield they go. Aaron Wainwright, as we stick with this bloody spider camera nonsense. Now it's Dewey Lake. Solid tackle, I think, by Hendrickse, Franco Mostert, I think. I mean, we're watching ants on the screen at the moment. That's a nice tackle there. Lost a bit of momentum. Now Dewey popping up to Costello. Good hands, but the pass is behind the man. Cameron Williams to go back and fetch. Jordan Henderson does up nice and quickly. And it's been stolen by Quacker Smith, who then tries to offload it. Franklin Mostyn can't quite get it to hand. Nice idea. Just execution lacking a bit at the moment. Just almost need to make it a bit simple at the moment. We're trying to play so quickly, which is an interesting change for the Boks, but just not quite executing. But a good counteract that. You can see that rush defense there. Poor pass that from Mira Dyer, and then Jordan Henderson up nice and quickly. And if that ball does go to hand, it becomes a bit interesting. Right, in the midfield, Costello. Quick ball there, and Bevan goes back to Costello, who goes up. And Apele Fassi once again test. Apele Fassi once again up to the test. He's been so good under the high ball as Apele Fassi. Hasn't had much opportunity with ball in hand, but he's been very secure under the high ball, which would be a big tick for Rassie Erasmus. Now Evan Ruiz. Boks trying to re-establish a bit of a momentum here. Faf de Klerk goes to the boot. This is high in the air. Edel van der Merwe giving chase. It falls back to, I think, no, one of the Welsh players has got it. Bevan now goes short to James Botham. Presents well for Bevan. Just past the 10-metre line on the left-hand side here for Wales. That's not gone particularly far from Ez Bevan. And it gets knocked back towards Wales, and Botham's got it, but Faf de Klerk's there. Now long pass out towards Dewey Lake, the captain. A lot of running so far early on for Dewey Lake. Now Aaron Wainwright up quickly was Faf de Klerk. Now Oxen Chair adding a bit of weight to that ruck. So slow ball here for Bevan. Bench is going to get it back to the end. And now go to the boot. Apele Fassi once again. Once again, so secure. He's about 6 out of 6, I think. And it looks like there's a head knock there for one of the Welsh players. And the referee signaled the TMO. So the potential foul play, I'm not entirely sure what's happened. All right, let's have a look here. So Apele Fassi goes up. And it's a boot to the side of the face of Tame Plumtree. This is a very weird one to try and interpret. So Apele Fassi, I don't know, why is his foot that high? He's ended up kicking the side of the face of Tame Plumtree. Interesting to see what the referee has to say about this. Just want to see what the referee has to say. It could potentially be foul play against Apele Fassi. Yeah, they're saying it's foul play. It's that why does he lift his leg? There's just no reason to lift his leg. He's gone up, he's taken it well, and as he's come down, he's lifted that left leg. I don't know if he's trying to protect himself, and it's collided with the face of Tame Basham, or the shoulder more really, shoulder neck region. I think the fact that the initial impacts on the shoulder could save Apele Fassi, but a moment of madness though, really. I've never seen this before by a player. Right, we're going to see a card here. The question is, what card is it? I think it's going to be a yellow card. Okay, yellow card on field review. So it could be upgraded to a red. That's just so needless. He goes up and takes it so well, and then just throws up his left leg. I mean, it's bizarre. It's not a natural movement. That's the problem, you know. Even if Rassie Erasmus looks a bit bemused, but I don't think we can really argue that. That's just weird from Apele Fassi. Weird thing for him to do. And it is going to be checked. So this could yet be upgraded to a red, which would be an absolute disaster if it is. I just think that's, I mean, after having the game he was having, was so going to the high ball, making no mistakes, and then you go and do that. It's just so irritating, so sloppy, so needless, really. I'll tell you what, for all that we dominated that first 10 minutes, Wales have been on the front foot. Maybe saying they're almost winning the lineup back. And Dewey Lake's over! That is terrible! Terrible, terrible, terrible. Wales over, Wales back in the game. Yeah, we've been sloppy. We've been sloppy. As I was just mentioning, the Wales have rested themselves back into proceedings here. And almost a stone line. Even Etzebeth went up and almost started perfectly. Bang. And then no one, like 3 different players trying to catch it. And then eventually it forced Dewey Lake, who slips the tackle. And he goes over from basically point blank range. How frustrating is that? Out of absolute nowhere. I mean, growing into the game of Wales, I'll give them that, but that's poor defence. And Wales hit back down to 40 men. Costello try and make this within a try reach. Right, Sam Costello up in the left-hand side here. Edel giving chase. That's a great kick. That is an absolute pearl of a kick from Sam Costello. So 14 points to 10. Wales right back in it. Box down to 14 men for the remaining of the half, with a potential red card check coming as well. So yeah, it's going to be a nervy few minutes over here. About 5 minutes before we will understand exactly if that's been upgraded or whether we'll just remain as a yellow. But if it does go to red card, that suddenly makes life very, very difficult. Okay, so it's going to remain a yellow card. We're good. We're good. Yeah, I think he's gotten away with that a little bit. It's up in fast. It was just so needless. Absolutely no need for it whatsoever. Anyway, restart down the left-hand side, and it's gone into the full. Come on, guys. Jordan Hendricks, wake up, mate. And you're now just compounding errors when you make mistakes like that. Hendricks, unfortunately, looking a bit like a deer headlight so far in this half. Interesting to see if he gets pulled. Right, so 8 minutes to go before half time. Still in the first half, still plenty of rugby to play. But at the moment, I think very, very clearly at the moment, Wales with a bit of momentum and a penalty advantage here. So doing a lot of things right at the moment is this young Welsh side. And more from the inaccuracies, really, of this box side. And Busby does lift his arm and award the penalty. Yeah, and this is now a bit of a time where South Africa need to regroup, but they can almost use half time. Right, so now Wales to the 22-meter line. Yeah, Dewey Lake just inside the 22. In fact, Dewey Lake with ball in hand. Go to the front of the line out. And Bevan, it's actually a knock-on from Evan Rose. Is it going to potentially be a penalty for a deliberate knock-on? Wouldn't be surprised if it is here. I think, yeah, it is a penalty. Silly that from Evan Rose. There's no attempt to catch it whatsoever. So it's another penalty. They'll be even closer now to the try line if they do take the go to the corner. Or else, could take the points here, get themselves within 1. Yeah, it's silly from Evan Rose. Running out with his hand out. Never had a chance of catching it. They are going to take the points here. Castillo after that last kick, a bit more confident, I think. And this to make it a one point game. Yep, no issues there for Castillo. Right, that is the game back to 1 point. That's not a very impressed looking Rusty Erasmus. Warren Gatton not looking much more impressed, to be fair. But with 5 minutes to go, 1 point game. Quagga Smith having a word with the referee about something. Right, needs to try and find points for half time here, I feel. That's a better kick off that from Hendricks right up against the touchline. That's more where he was aiming at in the last one. Good tackle that from McPimpy as well. Bevan goes to Dewey Lake. Love to see how many carries he's made so far today as Dewey Lake. BSF's doing really well to roll there. Bevan's going to go back here to the boot. It's a bit, they're trying to put pressure on him. And Hendrickson now under the high ball. Yeah, well taken, well taken. He'll need a few moments like that with Hendrickson just to grow in confidence a little bit. Now Faf goes to Quagga Smith. Quagga Smith puts his head down. That's a nice little carry from him. He makes a few meters. Quagga Smith now going to Hendrickson. Hendrickson popping into Estes. Good hands. Bit step the toy up against touchline. Pops to Mapimpi. Mapimpi runs into Ellis Bevan, who eventually holds on to him. Good carry that just before the 22. Now Oxen Chair. Hands there to Hendrickson. Hendrickson slipping and losing the ball forward in the process. Every single time he tries to do something. That's another good tackle though from Edel van der Merwe. Quagga Smith over that ball. And they're going to go back for the knock on. Jordan Hendrickson. What is going on here? He sees the gap here as Hendrickson, tries to take it, slips in the process, and then loses the ball forward. And then trying to get the offload on the ground there. Just take the L, dude. You've been brought down. Just go down. Let it be recycled. Just trying to do too much. Actually, that's exactly what I feel like he's trying to do. You have a reset here at scrum time here. Just under 3 minutes left on the clock. I think Bernie getting it right. It is a jittery debut. It's a player who I think is so desperate to prove himself. He's just trying too much. Just needs to take things a little bit, take a step back. Go stick to your strengths. Back yourself. And the coach, I think that's what he needs. He needs a bit of an ear in his, a mouth in his ear, just to calm down. Go back to basics. Go back to doing what he does well. You know, just even if it's just a couple of pass, take receive, a couple of inside balls here, just nice and simple. Don't overplay. You don't have to become a world-class flyer. You don't have to suddenly try and boss. That's a massive scrum, by the way. How is that not going to be a penalty? Penalty for Wales. Absolute nonsense, if we're being perfectly honest. Oxen Chair has run through that scrum like a hot knife through butter. Pierce at the toy asking about that. Yeah, no, I think that's very, very lucky to get that penalty for Wales. Look at the two new guys there. I think Tony Brown there will need a bit of a chat with Jordan Hendricks. So, as I said, just needs to calm himself down. Looking for the rolling more here, Wales. It has been slowed up though. And remember, it's only called once, and Isbev does use it. Now Castillo fires into the air. Hendricks are underneath it. And Liam Williams has taken it brilliantly. Offload behind. It's left behind there by Cameron Winnett. Knock on is the call. I tell you what, Liam Williams, I said it earlier. He is phenomenal. Phenomenal in the air. I always say one of the best in the air, and that's why. I mean, this is where he comes into his own, doesn't he? Hendrickson goes up, and Williams just gets his arm. Yeah, I just judged it so well. And he does so well turn into Hendrickson. So he basically just shields Hendrickson from the ball, takes it clean, he gets the offload away. If that goes to hand, this is trouble city. And that's all down to the one-man advantage. If he does get to hand, then we would have had the massive overlap because of the yellow card to Fassi. And speaking of the Devils, Fassi is back on. So 14 points to 13, 10 seconds left. I mean, it looks like it can be a changer from Wales. Kieran Azarati looks like he might be going off. It's a bit weird. They are going to put him on for the final scrum of the half. Doesn't look, I mean, it looks like maybe a slight limp here. Must be something if Azarati is giving way. Doesn't look that injured, but it's literally a South African scrum. Yeah, actually, no, never mind. It's looking a bit uncomfortable. Maybe it's because the shorts are so blooming high. That's good work. That's a massive scrum. Massive scrum. Penalty advantage now. Faf de Klerk. Going himself. Now to Hendrickson. Popping up to Mapimpi. Mapimpi with a bit of space. Great tackle that from Mason Grady. And they'll go back to the penalty. I think the box actually, given how deep we are, will probably just tap it and go out. Might think about kicking and getting further. Interesting to see the sort of do you think they got the momentum? I think personally just go to half time and reset you. I think it's exactly what we need. There we are going for the line. Yeah, Hendrickson will try and find a decent touch finder. Not terrible. It's inside Welsh territory. Right, Malcolm Marks on the halfway line. It's a good take that for Pierce-Steph du Toit. It is contested by Wales, but we do have it at the back there. Malcolm Marks controlling things. Working hard, your ball available for Faf de Klerk, or they're trying to get the ball available to Faf de Klerk. I think Tame Country's come in and gotten it fairly, but Quacker Smith doing Quacker Smith things. Has managed to get that ball out. Ball's come available there. And Marcus on the Pimpy right up against the touchline. Is going to be driven back here. I wonder if that might just be enough for Faf de Klerk to say, no, thanks, we'll take half time. Doesn't look like it. No, he's going to use it. Goes to Evan Etzebeth. Then he says it's have enough. Right, tips into the stands. Half time, 14 points to 13. Very, very interesting half where the Boks dominated the opening 15 and looked really good as Rassie Erasmus walks down to the change room. But since then, it has been very much a red wave from Wales, who have looked really good and climbed back from being 14 points to 3 down to 14 points to 13. 3 yellow cards in that half as well. We are back to a full 15 versus 15 at least. So, you know, silver linings, silver linings. We'll be back very shortly after the break. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, smash like on the video as well. And we'll see you guys in just a bit. And we are live. Hello.
Yeah, I think Warren will definitely get his guys up, and a five game losing streak. You can also look at it the other way. The last 10 games we played, it's 5-all. You know, so yeah, I think that's something of the past. This Saturday is something new.
Rossi, obviously you guys focused on this week now, but just in terms of looking a bit into a couple of weeks' time with Ireland, how much did you learn from the Bulls game on Saturday? And I mean, other than the South African team possibly winning a trophy, how much did you take out of that game?
Yeah, look, we played Ireland in our pool match and we lost, and they beat us well. They beat us. You know, we've got lots of respect for how they do things, and we always see Leinster as this team who's almost a perfect club in terms of bringing players through and their chain of players and their succession planning. Myself, I've coached there and I've seen them model and how they do it. And one can just say, flipping well done to the Bulls. I mean, it's with losing so many, I would say, star players, real star players before a big game like that, and going into a match and not a lot of things did go their way in a match, and losing guys with concussion here and there, and it's just a really gutsy performance, and it's I think it's a typical South African performance, not giving up, and I don't think a lot of people expected that result. I think a lot of us hoped for that result, you know, because it's and not to say that that's going to make the Irish series easier, because they have now played 3 games in South Africa, Leinster. I think they lost against the Lions and now twice against the Bulls. But they would have experienced Loftus. You know, the crowd. I know it wasn't a full house, but they were busy and they were loud. And we're proud. We're proud that Jake did that with the team. And there's certainly a few players there that showed that maybe sometimes we always look and think that system is better or that system is better. But I don't think the Bull system is too far off.
In your view, managed themselves this week into a new situation that they probably would have never really been in before, in terms of pressure, in terms of attention, in terms of expectation?
The Bulls players?
Yeah.
How they handled them this week?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I think with Jake there, you know, Chris Rousseau, Gary Gold, with experienced coaches there, they certainly have a CEO and that's it's you can see they're going in the right direction. You can see with the juniors how they plan and how things come through, and you can see what Jake tried to do when he you know, he sort of put his, I don't want to say this 100% like this, but his URC hat on, and almost said, let's take it step by step before we try to win both tournaments. You know, let's build. And he's always say, let's pay our school fees, and I think he stuck to his words, and he got that right. A challenge will be for them, just like for Franco and his team. It's nerves. It is a final. You don't get another chance. And there will be some guys who's probably in a team you have to manage different, that might think things will just happen, but that Jake will know how to handle. And there's other guys that will be hell of a nervous, and there's other guys who just know how to handle the situation. And if you look at that Bulls team, there's a spread of from Willie, who's played almost 100 test caps, to a Cameron who just the other day came on the scene and they really did well. And then from a Wilco who was just always renowned for really scrumming well, started cleaning out guys from all over the place. Robbie's a lot of guys in that team who put up their hands and show the physical side of the Bulls, but also the beautiful side of the Bulls with the tries they scored. So I guess try and do the same what you did last week and last week during the week, and hopefully the result goes our way.
A guy like Dwayne, in the current configuration of the setup, how important is he in terms of the dynamics of the youngsters, the experienced players, and also for you, the staff, as a person that we all know to be a standard driver?
Yeah, I don't know if other teams has ever done this, what we've done, and I think we also, most of you guys saw Chasing the Sun too, and he's a guy with a strong opinion, but he's also a guy that knows won 2 World Cups and played all over the world in France, and you know he played for the Stormers and for the Cheetahs in all different competitions in Super Rugby, and he's definitely a guy that don't just help players, he helps coaches as well, because sometimes, you know, we get a little bit out of touch because you don't physically know how a breakfoot and a scrum really influence, and Bongi and Malcolm might tell you, but Dwayne can tell you, listen here, I feel this because I still packed behind Erge Snyman last week. He can help a guy like Ivan roaming in the lineouts when supporting and contesting. And it's not to say he's this wonderful coach, but he's very relevant in what's currently. And again, there's like four rule changes that we going to be playing under. Sometimes we as coaches think this will have a massive impact. But then when you get his input, again, I don't say he's the world's best coach. He certainly has a lot to learn. And he's certainly not going to work with us at the Springboks. He's going to work with all and help and assist and focus on certain areas and help Bafana with the junior box and SA schools and really be a Moby coach. But it's just to sometimes you don't have that luxury of players always coming up to you and say, listen, but there is a better way than this because we know it and we feel it. And that's what we're expecting from him, and he's doing that currently.
I know that it's not the first time we named debutants the starting lineup. It's happened before, but for the debutants, their first experience out there. What do you usually say to them to calm down since the first experience?
Yeah, I think if it was, let's say we were in our third year, 2026, just before the World Cup here, a guy like Cheslin, when we got him in, it was the Monday before we played New Zealand. We were already in New Zealand, and he was even not in camp. For a guy like him, we probably say, hey, Ches, you do what you do, But then there is systems, certain things that's mechanical that you have to get right. How you scrum, how you maul, your defense system sometimes, those kind of things that one has to adapt to, because the Stormers and the Bulls and the Sharks and the Lions don't do all things exactly the same. But I guess the message is, if the boys can help me out, what we're trying to get across is that let's do the thinking and the hard work and the conditioning and the fundamental things that we want to get right. Let that come automatically by training it. So you shouldn't have a list of 30 things on Saturday that I want to tick off and want to get right. You learn as much as you can through the week and try and fall in. But then on Saturday you go and do what you picked for. He's picked for a certain reason. He's going always flat out. He chases lost causes. He's really good in communication. He runs hard. He works hard. And he probably has to adapt to a little bit of a new defense system, a bit of an attack system. But when he goes onto the field on Saturday, there shouldn't be a lot of thinking. Be Edwell on Saturday but work hard through the week. So I think if we can get that kind of mindset right, then every week we can build a little and maybe get that third story right after we got the 2 World Cups, if we do it right.
Guys, let's just do Afrikaans, please. We're running out of time quickly, and then so if there's a chance.
Hey Paula, I hope you're well. Training at the moment, because we're playing against Wales on Saturday, but I'm going to try and bring you if I
So it was a void voter comp. Ramming me.
Ja.
Hello guys, hello. Is it?
That's all good.
Op verspeeld. Hier nog eens verspeeld.
Right, and we are back for the second half. Welcome back to Forever Rugby, everybody. The Boks leading Wales 14 points to 13 at half time, but a little bit of trouble. Not been the second half of the first half that we would have really liked, and very much need to see a response from the Boks, who dominated the first 10 minutes, but since then have let the Wales be back into the game. So need to just sort of tighten up, I think is probably the right word, and start to show the potential dominance that we know that we can. But let me know what your thoughts are in the comments below. Edel van der Merwe chasing now, winning it back for the Boks. He's had a really strong game with Edel van der Merwe on debut, kicking behind from, it's a bit of a fumble there from Liam Williams, who has a bit of a look around and a bit of pressure, throws it back to Cameron Williams. And a lot of pressure, does get a kick away down the middle of the park on the bounce to Jordan Hendrickson. Now let's see what he can do. Bit of space for him. Carries himself. And Dewey Lake wins. Sorry, he concedes the penalty. Quickly taken here from Faf de Klerk. Pops it up to Evan Etzebeth. Boks looking to speed up play nice and early in this second half. Faf de Klerk has got a pod waiting that is in the form of the blonde Peter Step the toy with Vincent Cox. So inside ball to Vincent Cox on his 50th appearance. Expect to see probably about another 10 minutes or starting front row. Hendrickson going to Estes and good hands there. Fussy. Slick hands there to Jesse Creel. Back to Mapimpi. What's that forward? Mapimpi's going to go into the corner here. Mapimpi starts the second half perfectly. That's what we like to see. Just what we needed there. Some nice deft hands. Just as we started the first half, is the Jesse Creel Marcus on Mapimpi combination once again. This time it is Mapimpi who goes over in the corner. Perfect. Perfect start that from the box. You can see here, Hendrickson back to Esthazen. Varsity to Creel. Creel drawing the defender. Then Mapimpi's got the pace. Costello's trying to get into the cross, but he's never going to manage to get there in time. Very, very good work. Much better that from the box. Wondered if we might have a look at this JC Creel pass here. I did wonder about that pass, JC Creel. I'm not sure if we're having a look or if it's going to be deemed okay. Direction of the hands, JC could be 50-50. I think this personally, is, as he's been tackled, his problem is the full momentum, JC Creel. I think this might be a bit forward. Yeah, I think we are going to go back for a scrum, unfortunately. No, they've looked at it and they've said it's okay. Oh, cool. We'll take that. Thank you very much. Yeah, so they've had a look at the TMO and he's happy with it. So no forward pass. The try will stand. The box start in the perfect fashion. They go short of the kickoff and Franco Mostert has lost it down. I think backwards is the call. Really good work that from Franco Mostert to adjust to that kickoff. Edel van der Merwe was there as well. Slow boy out from Paf de Klerk. He then goes to the boot. Lifts it high in the air. Evan Estabeth is there. Edel van der Merwe is being blocked. It's quite simple that by Ellis Bevan. The TMO, I mean, the TMO could potentially get involved with that, as should the touchline. But anyway, ball back here with the box. Peter Steph the Toy, the captain, brought down by Plumtree. Now Hendrickson goes to the boot. That's a well-judged kick. Mapimpi up there to try to contest, but Costello taking it well. Presents as well. So quick ball this year for Wales. Bevan going short to tame Basham. Now back to Ellis Bevan. Slowing things down. He's going to go to the boot once again. Up there to Fassiu, who was very good the first half in the boot before he threw up his foot. That's a very well, almost taken in the air. Is taken in the air. Liam Williams apologizes immediately, but just got the timing wrong, and it will be a penalty for the box. Right, up towards us, outside 22. Malcolm Miles goes to Evan Etzebeth. Back to Paf de Klerk. And not straight is the call. Frustrating. Been a quiet return for rugby here for Malcolm Marks. And that's going to be the end of the return. Right, here comes France by Herba and Bongi Manambi. So it's not, that's all we, to be fair, it's exactly what we need from Malcolm Marks. We needed 45 minutes out of him. Right, so there goes Vincent Koch and Malcolm Marks. We're going to have a scrum here. Bongi Manambi and France by Herba taken to the field. That's a big scrum. Huge scrum. Huge scrum. And Paf de Klerk has absolutely nailed Aaron Wainwright. He's timed that tackle perfectly. Big counter-ruck, but Wales managed to scramble and keep the ball. Such good defensive awareness that from Paf de Klerk. Now Dewey Lake, Welsh captain, has been very good today. Now here's Bevan. Lifts it high. Varsity with a bit of time there. Pops it up to Edel van der Merwe. Making a yard or two. 5 to clear. Looking for options. Starts to go to the left-hand side. That's a pretty flat pass to Pierce the Toy. Ball back inside for Hendrickson. Good work that, but eventually the call coming forward. I think it's actually from the TMO. That's kind of been under the day, hasn't it? It's been a close but no cigar day. 5 to clear. Not particularly happy. I think it did drift forward. I don't think you can have too many complaints about it. It will be another scrum, yeah. So the execution just not quite been what it is. It's come across as a sloppy performance, a rusty performance, I think is a good way of putting it. It's a team that hasn't played a while. This Welsh side, despite their inexperience, have been playing a few more games, obviously had the Six Nations. And this is why this game is so important, because we'd rather get the rust out now than in Ireland in a couple of weeks' time. So, yeah, it's so good to have this kind of game, even outside the international window. So long may we continue to have these kind of, any more game that we can get is great. So to have a fourth game, we usually only have 3 in this sort of mid-year series. And we're going to have a reset here at the scrum. You just feel like, to be fair, I think with this young Welsh side, I think another try could break the back of Wales here. At the moment, there's still a bit of belief. I think you put in another try there, and then I think that's when you can really start grinding them down. Another reset here. Let's get going, yeah, people. And there's the penalty that we've been waiting for. Why have we not got it sooner? I'm not quite sure. Siaklisi, by the way, is in attendance. His season finished last weekend, so good to see him over there. And they're going for polls yet. So that's the worst idea here. This could give them an 11-point lead. Arcus Neyman next to Siaklisi, Damien Delende. He has a lot of caps and World Cup medals amongst those two. 6 World Cup medals if we're going to be precise. Now having a look at the crowd and all the various Springboks supporters. Come need a good kick here from Ron Hendrickson. Yeah, much better. Much better from Jordan Hendrickson. That's a good kick from him. That'll give him a lot of confidence. From 40 meters out, not massively off to the left, but not a gimme by any means. And a laugh between Rassie Erasmus and Tony Brown. So obviously something funny. And I think I might even just reward myself with that. And open a beer. Cheeky, isn't it? Cheeky. But I feel like it's a reward. It's a reward, you know. Even worse underneath the kickoff there. Good take there from him. Chuff that for Hendrickson. So that'll settle him down a bit. Five to Clerk now goes to the boot. Lifts it high in the air. Franco Master. Etzebeth giving chase to Edel van der Merwe. Oh my word, he's been absolutely hammered there. I think that's Cameron Winner and even Etzebeth has said, how's it? How's it? We wait to see if he's still moving, but goodness me, that was a big hit from Etzebeth. Now back to Costello in the pocket. He goes to the boot. He's turned a few players. This will be another tester for Apri Fassi. And once again, he's been so good. Once again, there needs to watch that left boot of his. It's becoming a bit of a trend. Penalty as well at the breakdown. Things are starting to change here. All of a sudden, momentum has changed. We're winning the small moments. Getting a bit of momentum. Things have shifted in this last 10 minutes. And it's amazing how things do ebb and flow. Right, Bongi Manami now with ball in hand. His first line out. Mr. Reliable during the 2019 World Cup when it comes to line outs. And that's why. Not that it would have mattered if that was skewed, because new laws means if you don't contest the line out, it doesn't have to be straight. Hendrickson almost caught on the board as well. Step away from one. Ball available on the ground. Quacker Smith steps up and goes. Gets away from two, actually. Still going as Quacker Smith. Look at the fight in him. Backed up by Franco Mostert as well as upgraded Fassi of all people. Now, Francois Herbert, the fridge! Getting involved. After Clerk taking out off the ball there. Now Hendrickson goes to Pierce Steph the toy. That's a nice carry. Looking a bit more assured all of a sudden as Hendrickson. It's amazing, a couple of nice touches. Just brings you back into the game. Now Francois Herbert, a bit of a hospital pass, that must be said, from Faf de Klerk, but it is like trying to... Well, there's an Ox himself. I was going to say, tackle an Ox, now Ox, and that's a good offload from Quacker Smith too. Now, Fassi. Fassi puts on the boots, but in front of Merva manages to hold on. Does he? Does it brilliantly? No, knocked on. Almost brilliant. It was so tough to hold on there. Nice momentum that from the box. Good hands as well. I'm enjoying the fact that we're looking to keep ball in hand. It's even a couple of... yeah, look at the offloads there. Have a bit of break and play here before we get going again. Warren Gapton watching a bit of a replay of something. And here we go. Here comes Grant Williams being prepped. Anybody else being prepped? No, everybody else has got bibs on. So we're going to see a change in 9 here. Unless he's going to go to the wing. You never know. Has played on the wing. Played his first World Cup match ever on the wing. Yeah, do some push-ups there, Grant. Oh, yeah, that's it. So a bit of a break and play, yeah. But I think we've definitely seen a shift in the box when they've had ball in hand. They have tried to keep possession. They've tried to be quite quick in transition. So there's definitely been a shift in what the plan of action is here. Execution sometimes has been good, sometimes been a bit poor, but that's kind of always going to be the case, isn't it? Look at that massive hit coming on Francois Herbert. But then, okay, look at the hands here. Etzebeth, offload. Bang to Hendrickson. Popping up to Quacker Smith. Ball over the top. To Fassi. Ooh, looking at potential head con, potential foul play here. And the man in question here is Ben Carter, but potential head-on-head clash with Francois Herbert. So a potential TMO review. It's that hospital pass here. Oh, jeepers. Where is that contact? Is that shoulder to shoulder? Is that shoulder to head? This could very well... Yeah, looks like the arm actually makes contact with the head of Francois Herbert. So it could be another potential card for Wales if it is the case. Right, so we could be seeing another yellow card, fourth one of the game so far, if it is the case. For basically shoulder-on head contact here from Ben Carter on Francois Herbert. It's just going to be a penalty. So basically saying that there was a significant drop in the angle. Yeah, no card, just a penalty. I don't think that's fair enough. I think it was a bit close to me, a bit naughty. I don't think it was much in it, to be fair. Just a penalty, a bit of a warning about keeping it low. But I don't think it's too bad. I don't think it'll be another yellow card. We've had 3 already. You don't want to sit there watching 15 yellow cards being handed out. So they're going back for the penalty. So probably go for corner here. So at the moment, South Korea by 11. Next, Hendrickson fancies a 50-meter actually a 55-60 snap, but just go to the corner. Keeps walking back here. Does Chris Busby. A reminder, after this, we'll do a player rating show, by the way, which is always good fun. Faf de Klerk has officially been replaced by Grant Williams. And basically what we do during the player rating show, it's pretty self-explanatory. We go and we give every single player a rating between 1 and 10. So, for example, my early indications of good player ratings will be Edel van der Merwe, it's been good. PSTF, the toy's been good. Even Etzebeth's been good. But Pimpy's been solid. Fussy's going to get a point down for that yellow card, but he's been good in the air. Quite Smith's fought hard. Somebody who needs to try and do a bit to try and get that rating up is probably somebody like Jordan Hendrickse. He said it must be a second half and a first half. Now down below for Evan Roos. Good line like that. And on the front foot here. That's eventually very well as they managed to drive him back. Now, Grant Williams will give a quick ball. Peter Steph the toy with Evan Etzebeth behind him. How's that for a combination? And of course, they do make some yards. Grant Williams gets to Quacker Smith. Good carry for Quacker Smith. Williams goes to Evan Roos. Just short. Evan Roos! Is just short. Is it held up? It is held up. So close that from Evan Roos. Well, what in his first test try, as far as I know. Goal line dropout will be the result. So close. And he is agonizingly close. Yeah, that's actually tremendous work from Aaron Wainwright. He has to try and sort of take, basically as he gets over, he has to kind of readjust to try and then place it over the try line. And that movement is what allows Aaron Wainwright to get back and get underneath them. So it's really good work from the Wales number 8. There's a penalty, an injury here for Wales, by the way. I think that's Gareth Thomas who's down. It is Gareth Thomas indeed, and be an important player to try and continue for them with them losing quite a few front rows at the moment. Kieran Azarati was an injury replacement, and then he's been replaced. Now Evan Roos has been replaced by Ben Jason Dixon. A Springbok debut now for Ben Jason Dixon, who will go to the flank, and I assume Quacker Smith will then pack down at number 8. But I've been a massive Jason Dixon fan, and so deserved, and very keen to see how he goes here. Interesting enough, I talked about him being a potential PSTF the toy replacement. We're going to see him alongside PSTF the toy. Now Quacker Smith. Fighting hard in the tackle. Gets a big hit there from Dewey Lake. Ball available there for Grant Williams. Goes to Bongi Manami. Shifts it to Hendrickse. Hendrickse to Fassi. Fassi ball over the top. To Andre Estesen this time. Estesen brought down. Good tackle that from his opposite number, Mason Grady. But Pimpy is out in touch. Unfortunately. So we'll go back for the line out. Evan Roos, a bit of an iffy game from Evan Roos, isn't it? He gave away a silly penalty, had a couple of nice runs. I feel had he recycled that ball, had not tried not to place it, probably could have scored. We had so much momentum. Wales backtracking a lot. So a weird game from him today. He wasn't bad, wasn't amazing. I don't think he went and put 2 hands on the number 8 jersey and said, this is my jersey. I think for example, Jasper Wiese would watch that game and not be worried. If you're going to be brutally honest. Sounds harsh, maybe, but they're just saying Roos has been underwhelming. I think underwhelming is a good way of describing it. To be fair, not bad, not amazing. Now a penalty, by the way, has come through. So it was a knock on, and now a penalty's been conceded for hitting the arm there. So the penalty there. Costello will find touch before the halfway line. I'm very interested to see where we're going to see Sacha Fame-Gomez going to come on. I'd imagine he'll come on at about the 65th minute will be my guess. Whether he comes on at 10 or 12, I'll be interested to see. He could even come on at 15. You've got Damon Delendi coming on as well later. That's a nice big hit there from Esther Hayes and Ben Jason Dixon and Jordan Hendrickse on Mason Grady. Now Bevan goes to Costello in the pocket. He lifts it high in the air. Another tester for Fussy, and he's good. I tell you what, I mean, he must be about 8 under 8 under that high ball. It's been so good there. Grant Williams goes to Oxen Chair. Flying Franz Mahurba over there. Jordan Henderson fires out to Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith shows and goes. Taking Aaron Wainwright with him on a few yards. Looking to try to hold up Quacker Smith, but eventually brought down to ground. There's no way that's a maul. Yeah, I'm not convinced about that. Holding up Quacker Smith. I mean, he made 2 or 3 meters, and then as soon as they stop, he went straight down. I think it's a very, very generous turnover, this. I mean, you can see they're not holding up. They're not holding him up. Now, there it kind of stops, and within like half a second, they got him down to the ground. I think that's a bit... So it'll be a turnover ball here. Wales scrum on the far right-hand side, just inside Springbok territory, as the sun does come out. Another big scrum that from the box. Massive scrum. Penalty for Wales. Penalty for coming the side. But, I mean, Mr. Ref, on this short side, the prop just basically slipped and fell over. So, of course, it's going to come around the end there. Here's a big change, by the way. Gareth Davies will come to the field to replace Ellis Bevan. This is a lot of experience in the form of Gareth Davies. Try and see out the game. Did he kick that? It's just inside. It's a phenomenal kick from Costello. Right, here comes Damien Delendi. The question is, who is he replacing? I mean, in theory, it is Andres Esterhuizen. Andre Esterhuizen off and Damien Delendi on. So that World Cup winning centre pairing. Not a bad game from Esterhuizen. Probably didn't get as much ball in hand as you'd like to be sort of the human wrecking ball he generally is. Now, only more here for Wales. Big defence here from the box. No, go forward. Surely you have to call it. Surely let's use it. They've had a second shove here. Ball's just come down now. No, still going. That's over the line. It's going to be held up. Surely it's going to be held up. Has he blown a whistle here? I assume he has. Everybody seems to be stopped playing. Jordan Henderson's lying at the bottom there. I assume it's going to be a turnover ball. A bit weird about what's going on here. Online field decision is no try. It'll be a goal line dropout. Yeah, on-field decision, no try. So they have to find evidence to turn this decision over, which I don't think they will. I don't think there's grounding here. There's a lot of people over there. We don't even see a ball. Then there's a ball, but there's hands and hands and hands underneath there. Yeah, we're not going to find that. We're not going to find grounding here. This won't be a try. We'll restart with the goal line dropout. Yeah, not clearly grounded is the call from the TMO. In a different angle here. You can barely see the ball. Hendrickson does very well to get himself in front of the camera as well. From this angle, you can see the ball a bit more clearly, but you don't see any grounding ever. Dewey like searching for a second. You can see there's a man there. Yeah, and there's kind of the ball, but there's arms there. Oxen chairs over there. Frank and Ross got an arm under there. You're not seeing any grounding there. Let's get this going here, people. It's no try. Let's get back to our goal line drop and get back to the game here, shall we? We're still looking at. We're not going to find clear grounding here, people. No clear grounding. We could have told you that half an hour ago. So let's restart with the goal line dropout, shall we? 22 minutes left on the clock here. Bongi Benambi having a conversation with the ref. I think about the scrums. So Jordan Hench has the ball in hand. He'll get things back underway. Right, so Woodard collects it. It's in time to Aaron Wainwright. Runs into Eben Etzebeth and PSF the toy. Wales on the front foot here. Gareth Davies now getting onto the part. Costello, good read that from Gracie Creel. Slips the tackle, but Quacker Smith is there to complete it as is. And Fatty Stone as well. Quacker Smith, that's what he does so well. Offload, PSF the toy. Damien Delendy just decides to put it to the boot. This needs to stay in field. No, it won't. That was almost a 50-22. Almost perfect from Damien Delendy. But as he kicked it, I wondered if that was a bit too much. Not the best first touch, that from Damien Delendy. I mean, if that's a meter in field. Right, here comes Sasha Famigomazulu. And he will replace Jordan Hendrickson. Fun fact, this will be one of the first times he's ever actually played 10 at professional level here for Famigomazulu. An interesting game for Hendrickson. I struggled in the first half. Had a couple of bad moments. To be fair, I looked at that intercept pass, and it was clearly penalty advantage, which is what everybody's thought. So it was a weird vibe, but looked a lot better in the second half. And there's a test player there, I'm telling you. I think a bit of nerves got the better of him. Had a couple of nice kicks, had a couple of very good in defense, to be fair to him. But here begins the Sasha Famigomazulu era. He has been touted for a long time to be a Springbok number 10. He's now going to have 20 minutes to show what he can do. Turnover ball here, Eben Etzebeth. Now good carry that from PSF the toy. Williams going to Oxenchair. To find Famigomazulu. His first pass into the head of Ben Dixon. So turnover ball. Ben Carter pops it up to Gareth Davies. Edel van der Merwe comes up to make the tackle. Good tackle that from Edel van der Merwe. He has looked like anything but a debutant. Now the ball pops back. And there's a penalty for Wales. And it's against PSF the toy. Springbok momentum shifting here because of some silly errors, really. Just a bit of ill-discipline. Here comes James Ratty. On the park there for Matthew Screech. So a few more subs over here. The Springboks have almost uploaded the entire bench. Just Salman Murat and Ntuka Unu remaining on the bench. That's kicked dead, I think. It is kicked dead by Costello. He keeps searching for that corner. Got a little bit greedy that time, and it's been kicked dead. So that's a big mistake from the fly half. Big opportunity that for Wales to try and get back into the game. There's going to be a scrum where he kicked from Gareth Thomas off. By the way, Kemsey Matthias is on in his stead. Time off. What do you mean time off? How far back are we going to... I mean, we've had a penalty. They've kicked it dead. We're now going to the scrum. And now the TMO is getting involved. I mean, we talk about removing the scrum so that we can speed up the ball and play and get things going. And then we have situations like this. Right, what are we looking at here? Right, are we going to see it? Is this Springbok foul play here? Oh dear, Bongi Manambi has tried to go into the tackle there, led with his head. This could be considered a headbutt. There's head-on-head collision. It's not massively... it's not like he's come from distance or anything. Yeah, I don't think this looks particularly good yet for Bongi Manambi. I think it's going to be a penalty. So we're going to have another attempt at the kick here. I don't think we're going to see a card here. Okay, penalty only is the call. So you're going to have another opportunity to go to the corner here. Will Sam Costello. So an opportunity to make amends for that earlier mistake. Bongi Manambi there, basically a very tame headbutt. If it was anything more than just a tame headbutt, it would have been a card. There's head contact. This time he goes to the right-hand side to make sure he doesn't miss out. They do find touch. So Wales not going away at the moment. I did mention that I felt that we just needed another try. If we go to like 30 points, 13, then I think that's how you break the back of Wales. But we've really struggled to find that extra try. Now, it's going to be replaced here. So Salam Murat will come on. Another solid outing for Evan Etzebeth. Never disappoints, does he? Here comes Salam Murat. Very highly rated by the Springboks management of Salam Murat. Good line. They go down the short side, and Dewey Lake runs over Franco Mosti, who holds on well. And Davies has lost the ball backwards. And a bit of momentum. Big counteract this now coming from the box, but the ball is eventually secured. Aaron Wainwright goes to Kemsley Matthias. Good tackle that from Ben Jason Dixon up nice and quickly. Grady going to Watkin. Good tackle from Femi Gomazulu. Now Jesse Creel, now Damien Delendi actually, and that's so good from Damien Delendi. Good work that. And to be fair, they're all the way back here from that initial kick, which was trying to touch. So probably needed to help out there. Damien Delendi, really good breakdown win that from him though. And Sasha Famagobazulu's first chance with the ball in hands to kick for touch. Right, 6-man line out here. Bongi Manambi with ball in hand on the halfway line. Front of the line out to Salam Murat. Bit of a messy one, but it falls back to Bongi Manambi. Pops it to Grant Williams under a lot of pressure. That's surely going to be a high tackle. But does well to stay in field. Ball available there for Edel van der Merwe. Operating a scrum off here, Edel van der Merwe. Then goes to Salam Murat, his first carry of the afternoon. Not a bad one either. Ball available there for Oxenchair. Grant Williams wants to go to the butcher. He's got two blocks in the form of Oxenchair and France Moherba. Now it does go to the boot. Edel van der Merwe is going to give chase. I mean, look at the amount of Welsh players there. There's zero chance of getting through there. Davies now on the left-hand side to Aaron Wainwright. Quacker Smith looking to have a go, but then can come out of it. Now a bit of a counter route from Quacker Smith. Slowing the ball down here in the box. Just making Gareth Davies really sort of sweat a bit. Femi Gomazulu, needs to watch that boot once again. Fassi almost got done like that. Now Grant Williams. This is where he's so good. A bit of space. Good tackle coming from him. And no roll there. So I think the turnover was good, but there was no rolling. So Dewey Lake will not get the turnover, and South Africa will win the penalty. But you can just see a bit of space opening up for Grant Williams, which is exactly where he wants it. He's so good at that little snipe. Give him half a minute, half a gap, and he'll take it. And we're going to take the points here. Stash Famer Gomez is going to have his first kick for Poles. So Hendrickson left with what? 2 conversions and a penalty. So 7 points to his name. Now Sasha Fami Gomez is going to try and get his first points to his name in Test Rugby. Got a lot of Springbok coaches there. Jaco Paper. I mean, he must feel so odd there watching on there, part of the coaching staff. Such an interesting appointment though to have a referee on your coaching staff. Not the first time. We see Matthew Reynolds involved with a couple of teams. Now Femi Gomezulu gives it a good thud, and that's looking pretty good as well. We'll have the distance. Good kick that from Femi Gomezulu. There we go. And last around the coaching staff there. You can see, I think, such a good relationship between Tony Brown and Rasmus Rasmus. Full of laughter there. Looking like a very comfortable coaching box as the Boks pull out to a 14-point lead with 14 minutes to go. Now, Dewey Lake replaced by Evan Lloyd. What a good game that was from Dewey Lake. Going for the rolling Moya off the kickoff here out of the box. Trying to break away now. And they have. Now eventually available for Grant Williams. Goes to David Eleni. Inside ball to Sasha Famer Gomez. That's a high tackle on him, surely. Nothing from the referee. Peter Steph the toy gets away from one. Back up on his feet. Has another go. Nah, Sasha Famer goes deep with his kick. Bit of time here for Cameron Winnett. It's another great tackle from Edel van der Merwe. He's been absolutely terrific today. Penalty, there we go. Yeah, Jesse Creel asking for it. He was completely played off the ball there. Edel van der Merwe, take a bar. I'd love to see his stats because he has not missed a beat today. Keep his own. Just scroll here to try and find this game. So I want to see the stats of Edel van der Merwe. And it's a good kick there from Sash Fanger Mazulu. The Boks are 5 meters out. Where is he? Here we go. Edel van der Merwe. 3 tackles. There's been so many more than 3 tackles. I've got to get that stat updated. Right to the back there. Franco Moster. It's a nice take. Looking for the Rony Moya. Working their way down the left-hand side here are the Boks. 5 meters out. And they've moved it away. And they're still moving forward. Where's the ball, though, is the question. It's just short. Penalty box. Thank you very much. That will be that. Bongi Minambi on the scoreboard there. Good rolling more. Always had the momentum. Edel van der Merwe adding his weight for what it's worth, which is not much, to be fair. Right, Sash Farmer Gomez will have his second attempt at goal here. $32 points to 13. The Boks starting to take control here. And no issue whatsoever. Adds the extra 2. And I said we need another try. That should be the game, really. I mean, not going to throw away a lead from here. Sam Costello, by the way, is going to be replaced. It's going to be a debut here for the young Eddie James. And Mason Grady also off for Jacob Beetham. So Wales now empty their bench. I'm not sure Mackenzie Martin's on. I'm a bit surprised. I quite rate him, actually. Bobbling in the air. That's good. In fact, it's dropped there by and went on backwards. France Maherba over that ball, though, but well retained by Wales. Now James almost caught in the ball. Quagga Smith, ball available there for Gareth Davies. Ooh, almost off the head there. Quick defense here from the box. Good hands. The ball over the top. Enough on the moment needs to scramble. Good kick there from Rio Dyer. The ball's going to stay in here from Damien Delendi. Does very, very well. Still doing very well as Delendi. Ball available there for Grant Williams inside the 22 here for the box. It's Tuka Tunu who's on as well. It's his first carry. He loves to have ball in hand, doesn't Tuka Tunu? Grant Williams now at the base of the ruck. We'll look for distance, if not for touch. And he'll try and find both. Does find touch. Just sort of the 10-meter line, I think. Now it's about game management, really. Practice your processes here. Bongi Manambi now getting some attention here from the team doctor. Not sure it's a neck injury or a head injury here. Actually, it looks like a chest injury, potentially ribs. Still not happy as Bongi Manambi, but he's going to get up and go and join the line. He doesn't have to feed it at least, so you'll have a bit of a break. A position that Rassi Rasmus wants to strengthen as hooker. He's brought in Andre Hugo Fenter and brought back Joseph Dweber. Has mentioned that Johan Kabbalar is a man on the radar as well. Evan Lloyd, it's not a bad line there. Wales looking for the rolling Moya. Trying to go around the corner. It's a good tackle in the midfield. Ben Jason Dixon forcing it backwards as well. On the front foot here are Wales, just past the 10-meter line. Now back to Ben Carter. That's a really good tackle. Ben Jason Dixon getting involved, as was Salman Murat. The two Stormers teammates. Owen Watkin has had a few opportunities here as Owen Watkin. Good play with ball in hand. That's a great tackle there. I think it's Pierce Depth the toy. Look at, the fitness from him. He's still getting, there's the first tackler. Now Beetham. Cross kick there to Fussy. It's really well done as well. Can't get the ball away, so it's Jesse Creel has to secure the ball. Damien Delendi thought about going around the corner, and it was blocked out for him, so he comes away from one. Hit back behind the 22. They'll pile in a few players, secure the ball here. And Grant Williams will look to clear. He lifts it high. Mapimpi's giving chase. Waits for Willard to come down and makes a good tackle. Wales further back, but still with possession. Aaron Wainwright, show and go. Good tackle that from Ben Jason Dixon and Bongi Manambi. Sorry, in fact, it's Pierce Depth the toy. Now Quagga Smith coming through. Wainwright's going to... Sorry, Gareth Davies going to go to the boot. I think that might be too far. In fact, it's well too far. Upland Fussy will mark this. Say thank you very much. Easy as you like. Yeah, it's been really good. He has not missed a beat under the high boys. Upland Fussy. His only real issue was the yellow card, which I think was a bit silly, but nothing massive. to worry about, but he's been pretty assured as BITDEFENDER on the back of a good season, full of confidence. I think that's the main thing. Here comes Mackenzie Martin. Mentioned the fact that I was surprised he hasn't on already. And one by the box with the line. Good work there from them. Williams go to the ball, and almost a great take from Makazuma Pimpy, but Liam Williams, as we mentioned over the game, is so good in the air, comes away with it. Now Wales having to build from deep. And beat them. Not got too much distance on that. On the left-hand side, Middle van der Merwe. I believe Fussy once again goes up and takes it brilliantly. Grant Williams goes to Ben Jason Dixon, pops it short into Tuko Uno, past the 10-meter line in the box, going on the left-hand side now to Edel van der Merwe. Edel van der Merwe! It's Fu! Has he got the pace? Edel van der Merwe! Go, you biscuit! He's got it! Come on! Come on! On debut, where have you been, Edel van der Merwe? My Lions boys on the score sheet. Come on. He's been phenomenal. He could actually be a man of the match contention now with that try, to be honest. He's been that good. And look, you can see actually having to gather himself a bit there. He's actually very emotional, Edwin van der Merwe. I think he's just realized what's just happened. And what a try as well. Bang, gets past one, then puts the pedal to the metal. Look at the pace here. The tail comes across, he waits for it and makes the dive. Bang, steps away from one. And then straight through. Edel van der Merwe. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another wings, scrum-capped wing in the production line of Springboks. You can see their hand on his head. He cannot believe it. He actually posted a photo and about when he washed the box and said... one day, basically, isn't it? One day he'll play for the Boks. Well, you're not only a Springbok, Edel van der Merwe, you have got a try to your name as well. What a game he's had. That is absolutely epic. Bang! That's that step off his left onto the right, and then the pace to finish it. Absolutely superb. BSDF Toy, good take out there, that from him. Now, such fame goes Zulu has lost the ball forward. Frustrating. We're looking to break down the left-hand side there. Well, remember the name, Edel van der Merwe. Remember it well. Because I'll tell you what, with the performance today, he'll be here to stay. And if I mean, Jason Colby's not going to be worried about him, for example. But I think we talked about the fact that somebody like a Makazole Mapimpi is going on in years. We found our solution there. What a game he's had. He's the player of the match. Come on, Edville, you biscuit. You absolute biscuit. For years, he's been doing it on the domestic circuit. That move to the lines has been absolutely sensational. I had the privilege of watching a lot of games with him, and I've always said that he would be looked right at home on international level. And man of the match on debut from Edel van der Merwe. What a moment that is from him. Right, so a penalty there for Wales. They have kicked towards the corner, so they could yet have the last say as we get ticked towards the 78-minute match. Right, can Wales finish with a bit of a bang here? It's been a dominant performance from the second half in the Springboks. That's a great tackle for him. Did knock it on in the process. So it will be a scrum. Knock-on advantage here. So that should be over. 90 seconds left. Clip of the pop from Gareth Davies. And the ball comes loose and will go dead. Can Wales finish the... They'll have a scrum, yeah, I think, from the looks of it. I think we're having a check to see who the last touch was into goal here. A bit confused as to why, unless they're not going back for the scrum advantage. Because if it is a South African hand and it's going out, then it's 5-minute scrum anyway. So it's forward off of Liam Williams, but so I assume... Yeah, I think that's off of the hand of Liam Williams first. Goal on drop out. Cool. That should be that really, but 72 seconds left on the clock. 41 points to 13. Right, people, in terms of what's going to happen now, very important, very, very important. We are going to have our Springbok player rating show, which will begin about 6 or 7 minutes after the final whistle. And what we're going to do is basically go through all the players and give them a rating between 1 and 10. And vote for a man of the match, a Forever Sports man of the match. And after that, we're going to go straight into the Bulls game as well. So lots and lots of coverage still to come today. So make sure you sort of strap in. We've still got plenty of rugby to do. Another game kicking off in about an hour's time with Jake White looking to try and win the URC for the first time. Aaron Wainwright looking to run it hard now. Into the final minute of the game here. Box need to defend well. Jesse Creel comes up short. There's a bit of an overlap and there is a knock-on. That's the pressure from the Box. Jesse Creel celebrating there as well. Celebrating the small things. So will Edwin van der Merwe win the Forever Sports man of the match? This is the big question, isn't it? Right, we're going to have a try. I mean, a scrum here at the end there. It was the Box scrum. The time has gone red as well, so nothing too relevant, to be perfectly honest. Whether we try to run it or whether we'll just take the touch, we'll wait and see. As a free kick there. Quickly taken by Grant Williams. They might get one more. Jesse Creel wants to... David wants to have a bit of a go. Pops up Sasha Ngomazulu. Pops it up to Kwaka Smith. Gets it away to David Ende. Inside ball to Salman Murat. The Box one more. Grant Williams goes to Ngomazulu. Shaped to kick and dummied. Is caught on the ball. Now still looking to try and score a try out of the Box. Grant Williams to Damien Dealendi. And runs into his own player. Accidental offside. And that will be the game. Right, final score, 41 points to 13. People, thank you very much for joining me. We will be live for player ratings very, very shortly. So come and join me over there. And we'll see you guys for the player ratings, followed by the Bulls Watchalong. Edwin van der Merwe in tears on the side of the field. Man of the match in his first game. What a game it was from Edwin van der Merwe. And the Box, they get the job done. Smash like on the video.